Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to the stage of history. Nah. God, I wish SoCalibur News was announced at E3. But, no, we're back. We're back for episode 4 of the Tea Time Saving podcast. We definitely got a pretty big episode. We're going to try to keep it brief. Obviously going into our weeks first, but my gosh, last week was E3 week. It is insane. There's a lot to talk about, but we'll get to that in a second. For now, we're just gonna talk about our weeks. There's definitely one thing I gotta talk about, when we get to it. But as always, I'm your host, Marcos Molina, joined by my co-host, Fatal Cutie Soul.
What up there, kitty cats?
Oh my god, I still can't believe how much we honestly gotta talk about for that news. It's insane, but. Yeah, how's your week been, man? Because I know for us, it's mainly been E3. For a lot of people, it was just watching E3 and the conferences for all of last week.
Yeah, I would say my week has been pretty alright. Besides E3, I went to the islands to visit my brother, which it was pretty nice and cool.
Actually, I was gonna ask, do you do that every week or only some weeks?
It only depends, when we have time to go there.
Okay.
I would say, the only highlight during that trip is that I was, obviously, my mom and my aunt, I was accompanying them to my brother's place, in the islands. So, we were watching, some stuff on TV, and the only thing I could find that's in Spanish in my brother's, Amazon Prime thing, is a Community.
Okay.
I'm she was having a few laughs and everything, and my brother was asking me, he's like, why are you showing your Community? I'm like, apparently she finds it funny. And he's like, well, turn on the Blu-ray. I think I might have something in the Blu-ray. So we turned on the Blu-ray, and inside his Blu-ray was Spider-Man Homecoming.
Oh my god.
And here's the thing to keep in mind is that my aunt is a very old lady, 85 years old, definitely from my mom's hometown.
Yeah.
And the thing to keep in mind is that she's not very familiar with superheroes. The only thing she's only familiar with is, novellas, aka Spanish soap operas, cowboys.
Yeah.
And Mexican movies.
Oh my god. So, does anybody else, come through or, maybe watch movies of her that she might not have known about coming out or something? Because I'm wondering, why does she have that? If she's, super old school, like you say,
Yeah, she's been living under a rock. Mostly just been busy, taking care of, chickens at her house and doing chores.
Yeah.
However, it was interesting, to see my aunt, reacting to her first superhero movie. And you can guess, throughout the entire time, she was asking, so, this is the same guy, this is the Spider-Man, right? Through the entire time until she put in one and one together.
Oh my god. So she didn't even know about superheroes and secret identities and all. Oh my god, that's wild.
Yeah,
it's kind of really wholesome.
Yeah, it's really wild, but at the same time, it was very interesting to see someone getting very familiar with the superhero concept.
Yeah, no, definitely. Gosh.
Yeah. It was pretty fun. She enjoyed her first superhero movie. And the funniest part is, on the way home, we passed by this one town. They were having, a Comic-Con. And there was a guy dressed up as Spider-Man. And I told him, hey, look, it's Spider-Man.
Oh, man. That's good, though. Honestly, I think... Gosh, yeah. It's funny, because just thinking about it, too. I think the way I first discovered Spider-Man wasn't through comics. I never read comics growing up. I think it was, gosh, there must have been a demo disc or something on the PS1, because I know I played the demo version of, a Spider-Man, PS1 game. Mm-hmm. That was, my first exposure to Spider-Man, but I think that was like the first exposure to a comic book hero in general, because I, like I said, not reading comic books, I don't think I knew about Spider-Man, or rather Superman or like Batman or anything else, until years later. It's just funny how that works. Spider-Man's always like, I don't know, like, he's always been the first one that I see more than the other ones for some reason. Even if I don't
Yeah,
actively look for him.
yeah. And what's interesting is that Spider-Man was also the first superhero I was familiar with, mostly from the amazing '90s cartoon with so many quotable lines.
Oh god, yeah.
Shocker! I will catch you until the end.
Oh god, that thing's a freaking gold mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did anything else happen in your week?
Nothing much besides that, and mostly trying to catch the E3 news while I was on my way home, and mostly relying on Twitter updates.
Oh god, yeah, I could imagine. Because I'm guessing the internet wasn't like good enough to like really see them live or anything, right?
Yeah, I had to like rely on Twitter updates. Especially the only thing I only got caught was like you and Shin watching the Microsoft conference when I was still at my brother's house because apparently my mom was making like cookies or something for my brother right before he left.
I thought you were there for Square Enix too. Was that crazy?
Square Enix was the next day.
Oh no, I know, but like I could have sworn when I streamed that you were there.
Yeah, I was there at Square Enix.
Okay, okay. I thought it was that like you left after Microsoft.
Yeah, I left after Microsoft, and then I came very late for Bethesda during the Doom section.
Okay. Yeah, that's right, that's right. But nothing else going on in your week?
That's about it because I know everyone wants to hear about the 3 news pretty soon.
Yep. Except for one part that might take up a little bit of time.
All right.
You already know what it is.
Yep.
Oh boy. So we're not gonna get into like super spoiler talk because I genuinely would want somebody to, check out the game if they happen to listen to this. Um, but aside from E3, which took up the majority of the time if it wasn't just, doing hotel work, the only other notable thing that I finally got to say I completed, I've been waiting for this for weeks. Oh my god. So, on Friday, or rather last Friday, I finished Legend of Heroes Trails in Sky, first chapter, on stream. It was glorious. It was an incredible time. My god, that's just like step 1 out of 9 in the series, but it's really insane to me. And of course, for those who don't know, Cutie Soul's been he's been checking out the series this year as well, but he's been all caught up because he doesn't have to
Well,
worry about
almost,
streaming it or. Well, I mean, don't you just
almost.
have Cold Steel 3?
I have Crossbow, my dude, and
Oh, I thought you
then
did
Cold
those
Steel
too. That's
3.
right. Okay. Well, you're more caught up than me. um, but yeah, no. So it's gosh, it's a trip. Honestly, I don't even know where to begin. I'm not gonna go into complete spoilers, but man, that ending really got me. I was expecting, since I knew it was like the first, and I know it was like a 3-part, series in like the Sky trilogy. I knew it was gonna have a cliffhanger, and I knew it was gonna do some sequel baiting. Which, granted, when I say sequel baiting, usually people think it's like it's for the company to make another sequel, but like I say that in the sense that they want you to play the game. They want you to check out the sequel, so I still call it sequel baiting in that sense. I expected that, and yet somehow it ended up way more. I'll just say way more dark than I was expecting. Because there are some things that I've been curious about for the majority of the game, and when it all just comes to light at the end there, holy crap, that payoff was rough, but also satisfying. Oh my god, I really want to play the second game super bad, but I gotta take a break, like and stream some of the games on Twitch for the time being. But my
Mm-hmm.
god, it's just solid.
Yeah, I will say like congrats to you, man. welcome to the Bracer Guild. You finally finished your first Bracer job as a Bracer.
I'm only junior.
Well, you will get this in your bread pretty soon.
Pretty much.
But I will say is that it was very fun seeing you just going throughout the entire journey. And just like a similar experience that I did with Persona 5, because I remember like in Persona 5, when you did like Persona 5, me and Shin, we were like talking amongst ourselves of how you were going to react to certain things.
Yeah. Or you
It,
and Vex talking.
oh yeah, we
Oh man, I wish I could have. I wish I could see some of those now, but they're probably nowhere.
we were just like DMing like together on Twitter.
Oh man.
When you got to that one certain part, I predicted that you were gonna cry, like the rest of us.
I didn't cry. I got teary eyed, but I didn't quite cry because I still had to like read the rest of it. But if I was just pressing X, I'd be crying. Honestly, I'd still give you the point on that. If I didn't have to keep it together, Christ.
Yeah,
It's so good though.
yeah, it's really good. Like all you guys like listening, you should get on that action. Like check
Yeah,
out Trails in the Sky either on PSP or the version I prefer the most is PC that comes with turbo 6 FPS and especially in HD.
God, I know you said 60, but I heard it as 6 FPS. I was like, oh man, it's a selling selling point right there. God, can you
Well,
imagine?
well, if you look at the settings, like it's either 10, 30, or 60 FPS.
Yeah. No, it's great. Honestly, if you were gonna play the series, I highly recommend the PC port. That turbo mode goes a long way because while I do like the game, I guess this is somewhat review, but not really. While I do like the game, I can see how the pacing would be pretty slow on normal speed at times when you just want to get going. There is no fast travel in the game whatsoever, so that really hurts it at times when you just want to get from point A to point B. Especially if you're doing side quests, sometimes backtracking gets a little too much. If I didn't have turbo mode, I use that quite a bit. So
Mm-hmm.
that's definitely an improved version for the PC, but I can't deny that that is a problem with the game's pacing. Uh, Naturally, you know.
Yeah, it also includes for like the battle animations during combat as well. Without turbo, that would have made like grinding
Yeah.
a little bit more tedious. But thankfully, the XP scaling helps out throughout the entire game.
I actually do have a question about that. So, is the scaling just for the EXP, or do the monsters like levels and like their damage scale as well to where you are?
It's mostly just for the like your characters XP.
Okay. Because I was wondering like if they did anything else to balance that, because it really was surprising that I didn't really have to grind. Granted, I still followed the tried and true rule. No matter what JRPG I play,
Mm-hmm.
usually kill everything that you see, for the most part. I gotta tell you though, one of my favorite things, and it's not revolutionary by any means, but my God, I think I'm not sure if I said it on the podcast in previous episodes. It is so nice to just have 100% escape whenever you're in a fight. God,
Mm-hmm.
it is so nice to have that because after playing the Persona series, I really couldn't stand just once in a blue moon. I'm just like, I just don't want to do this. And for you trying to, because you're like trying to explore the dungeon or what have you, and you're just not trying to grind or do fights. It's like what have you, whatever reason you might have to escape a fight. It's not even me like, oh man, are you worried about your levels? And it's like, no, we're pretty good where we're at. We have like really good personas and everything. And I just wanted to get a move on, and I just wanted to leave. But having that like fail rate being pretty high, it felt almost like 50-50 at that point. Sometimes even worse in other Persona games. That's just so brutal for no freaking reason. Like I never understood when games made it that rough because it's like you just want to leave once or twice exploring the dungeon. That's it. I already killed everything I saw on the way here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really quite strange of how Persona games is like one of the few games that suffers you way for escaping. While games like Final Fantasy at least gives you like a little bit of like failure of escaping, such as like losing gil or other items depending on which FF you play. But
Yeah, but I
overall, you can
still hate that though. Like, I feel like it should just be, I don't know, like, cause, gosh, I remember seeing a tweet recently. Yeah, I remember what it was. I saw a tweet, since new footage of, Pokemon Sword and Shield came out.
hmm
Somebody discovered that I guess there's a way to heal your Pokemon at a gym, which it's funny because it had this whole dumb conversation where people were saying like, "Wow, they made the game so much easier now," and it's like it led to this whole little discussion on Twitter. Where it's like, no, they didn't. All they did was that you wouldn't have to, leave the gym to go to the Pokemon Center. That's not difficulty. That was just tedium. That just broke the pacing of it. So it's like I'm glad that's there, but I don't know. It got into this whole thing of like, well, maybe it's disincentivizing you to do that and everything. But honestly, I look at stuff like that and I'm just like, a penalty for escaping a fight, I don't think it should be there at all, but maybe I'm in the complete wrong. If anybody wants to, like, give their two takes on this on, like, the YouTube comments or something, by all means, I'd love to hear what you guys think about this stuff. But yeah, it's just, I feel like if you're already on pace and you're already doing what you're supposed to do, you should be able to just get away free if you want to. Although, like you said, I'd much rather have a little bit of a penalty, like, maybe losing a little bit of money or something, but it still makes you feel bad for running away. It just sucks for people like me because I understand the reason for not discouraging running away, and I understand why it's there from a design standpoint because it's to, make sure that you don't keep running away from everything you see. But it sucks for players like me who follow that rule of kill everything you see and then just want to run away post dungeon or when I'm like backtracking to find things I missed. So for me, it's like that weird thing where it's just like, God, I'm just being punished when I've already done the work. I don't know.
Yep, it's understandable. As for me, it depends on the game. For example, like if it's like this game, it's I don't mind it. Or if it's something like Persona, that's when I get very frustrated.
Yeah. Gosh, it was actually really nice to, like, no shade on Persona. I do love the series, but man, it was nice to just play a game that felt very, I don't know, like, maybe not, I guess relaxing is the right word, but it felt very, I don't know. I guess it just didn't really stress me out. Um, in a sense, where the beginning hours of like any Persona game, especially 4 and 5, really stressed me out because of the magic management that you had to worry about. You had to worry about your MP not running low, or God, because at that point you're like so scarce on resources, it's actually stupid. I couldn't believe that they kept that in for Persona 5. It's like, great, here's all these abilities. Don't use them too much if you actually want to grind. I don't know. I really dislike that when they just brought that back because that was really nuts to me.
Yeah,
Because
it's
like the
it.
first few hours just felt so brutal.
Mm, yeah, it's a really strange move. Like I do appreciate how Trails in the Sky just kind of what's the best way to say it? Uh, uh the thing
Maybe
like
like makes it more accessible.
yeah, a lot more accessible and just give you a little bit of a holding hand, but not too much.
Yeah, like it helps out a bit, but there's so many things that you can do in battle as it is that you discover that on your own, and like there's incentive to getting better at it without the game popping tons of tutorials. Which, by the way, I'm very glad that the game didn't hold my hand nearly as much because other games I can't stand when they do that either. Like, man, I think we mentioned it. Yeah, we mentioned it on the last episode where the Mario RPGs in general just aren't what they used to be. The Mario and Luigi series drives me up a wall with how it went from not holding your hand to, I think, the fourth one being like Dream Team on 3DS. That thing had like tutorials for hours at the start of the game, and I just wanted to get a move on. Like, it just sucked, you know? Like, it felt like they made it as, like, wow, if somebody really never played a game for the first time, I guess they need this many tutorials, but why can't they skip these? So it was nice how at the start of the game, for FC, you know, they had a few tutorials when you did your first few fights, but after that, they just set you on your way. Nobody is telling you what to do, and you can do whatever the heck you want. And that's great.
Pretty much, it's pretty brief. And I will say, when you get to like to the other games, they will pretty brief about the tutorial as well.
Yeah. Because I remember
Which,
Cold Steel 1 wasn't too bad about it either when I played that years ago.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember with my time with Cold Steel, it wasn't too bad, and I know when I got to Cold Steel 2, they just made it brief as possible because they know I finished Cold Steel 1.
Yeah, like they respect the player and say like, "Hey, you already know what's going on." You know,
Mm.
I
Yep.
appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing I will bring about like with the XP scaling is that's a very unique system that I love from Suikoden, which just a bit to the Trail series pouring a lot of elements of Suikoden,
Hmm.
especially with Estelle and Lloyd and Crossbell sharing weapons with the main protagonist of Suikoden.
Yeah, I saw that tweet.
Same energy.
God, no, but yeah, it's great. And I was struggling to find the words when I finished the stream, and I was trying to give like my closing thoughts because I was like, I wasn't sure if I wanted to give this game like all the credit in the world or say like I enjoyed it because I definitely did, but like I didn't want to say like, man, it's like this groundbreaking thing, you know, or it's like it's this revolutionary game or anything. It's like no, it's like a solid 8 out of 10. Um, it's incredibly fun for what it is. I'd say the one thing that definitely is still impressive to me compared to other games in the genre really is that world building, like people say. It's amazing how I can remember these little NPCs in certain sections of the game, you know? Like, I'm still remembering that, I think in like the last part of the game when they were like at the shopping district,
Mm-hmm.
I still remember hilariously because of, you know, the podcast and everything else because I love tea as well. I remember, you know, those two sisters or like, you know, two coworkers and they all get jealous and like, you know, who's actually running the store and like who's it's like this jealousy complex of like who can sell tea better, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is hilarious. But I can't believe I remember like, you know, little details like that. Or some of them
Yeah,
are just
it's
like traveling around like and you'll see them in different cities or towns, you know? Like it's great. It like you just remember these characters long after the fact, and it's that same appeal that people brought up with like Majora's Mask or games that have these like characters with their own cycles and their own routines. It just makes the world feel so much more alive than anything else I've played.
yep. It's pretty impressive how they managed to do that with both the setting, the world, and especially NPCs. Like, when was the last time you remember someone like the shopkeeper in the first town, like started out, who is forced to deal with his mother trying to do arranged marriage deals?
Yeah.
That poor
God.
guy, man.
Oh man. I remember that one girl who was always near the I think near the bar in the starting city or town rather, and she she always seemed like I don't know, she looked like a journalist in the making, almost knowing everything that's going on in the game. I was like, who is this child? Why
Oh
does
my
she know
god.
so much? It's great.
Yeah, I love those like small little details.
Yeah, the game just has incredible charm. It's fantastic to go from oh man, let me talk to this shopkeeper, this NPC one time. Talk to him again. Oh, same dialogue. All right, moving on. And while the game still does that, the fact that after any like any cutscene or any story event, you go back and check and it's all updated, it's nuts. Like I,
Mm-hmm.
as I called it, you know, I did the rounds, quite often, to the point where like at the end, you know, I kind of waiting on that a little bit, but it's nuts how much text there is in that game and how much you have to localize. Because, oh boy, it sure is impressive.
Mm-hmm. Like that script is very big.
Yeah,
There is just like so much like things in that script for all these NPCs alone.
it's like I can't even imagine. Um, but yeah, just moving on from it though. Like obviously the music is great. I absolutely love the characters. You know, it's funny. The reason I put it at an 8 out of 10 too, I just realized. I'd say the reason that I put it at 8 out of 10, and this is not. It's weird. I don't know if you'd call this like a fault of the game,
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like the characters were fleshed out enough. But by comparison with how excellent the world building is, I felt like the villains were pretty weak. But I think that's just because I got so attached to Estelle and Joshua in general that I just wanted to see how they reacted to the rest of the world. That was my biggest incentive, you know. Like I felt like the villains, like I'm gonna forget them in like a few weeks, right? But those final moments between the two of them, I'm gonna remember long after the fact. I'm still thinking about that shit now, even as I say it. Oh my god, like it's weird. It's like it's not really a negative because the villains are fine, you know, as like a something that you have to defeat, but they don't really stand out to me. And I'm not saying that they have to, but it definitely means that, you know, some parts of the game shine brighter than others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. Then again, it doesn't help that this game is definitely treated as a giant prologue for a trilogy.
Yeah, that's true. I definitely can't wait to see. And now that they've established a lot of the groundwork, and yet still, that's oh my god, dude. I could I could gush about this forever because it's like yes, it established the groundwork, so now you know they can really get moving and get running, and I can't wait to see what the second chapter brings. But at the same time, the fact that it had to lay the groundwork and establish so much of the world, not just in Liberl, but like other like oh my god, just utter civilization like Calvard and like Erebonian, like they're establishing so many other territories that you're not even playing the game in, and
Ye-
yet it still manages to be a solid, fun JRPG experience that I absolutely love. Like that's impressive, man. Like it's like if I go to a movie and it's like the first part in a trilogy, like you'll see like an origin story repeated and you'll be bored to tears and you will have no substance there. But this game, like, is just like, nah, we're gonna explain stuff, but that also doesn't mean that we're gonna waste your time. We're gonna make it personal, and it's gonna be seen through the eyes of these characters, which is perfect for you know the premise of like these bracers starting off, and they don't know anything about the world. Like it's set perfectly. It's insane how well they did it.
mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really quite incredible of how they managed to like pull this world building off.
Yeah,
It's,
because
it's
it's not an easy thing. I can't even think of another game that's nailed it quite like this.
yeah, like the best way I can describe like for our listeners is that this is pretty much like the MCU of video games.
Yeah. It's like, man, Iron Man JRPG is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. 8 out of 10 Iron Man RPG.
Gosh.
Yeah, I would say like for the thing like I like about when it comes to the show series is that it just gives me an interesting feel that it mostly gives me the feel of like nostalgia I haven't had for a while.
Yeah.
Especially this for a game I haven't even played before and only heard of.
I definitely feel you on that. And I can't quite place it either. But yeah, there are certain games that you play that instantly feel nostalgic when you first start playing them, and like it almost feels like you've been there before. But I think it's mainly because it does feel so lived in and personal in that sense. Because I remember, gosh, I think I bought the game on GOG back in like 2016
Oh
or
yeah, 2020.
2015.
Yeah, for me it was like around 2014.
Yeah. But I remember when I started playing for those first few minutes, I was like, man, this really takes me back to you know, the old school JRPGs that I used to play. You know, like I always brought it up, but I always remember even Golden Sun, which is how charming you know, the setting was like right off the bat. And
Mm-hmm.
I instantly you know, wanted to know more about the world and, you know, all these characters. Honestly, I'm trying to enjoy the Sky trilogy as much as I can because listen, I know what's in store a little bit. Reen's a decent, you know, main character, you know, in the Cold Steel series. He's a good boy, you know, but
Mm-hmm.
I can't deny that Estelle is undoubtedly, unless the crossbow games change my mind, because I don't know much like too much about the main characters in that one.
Mm-hmm.
unless those can change my mind, Estelle is absolutely the best protagonist in the series. Like, it is the most relatable. I don't know. I kept screaming, like, oh, that's a mood. Wow, I feel her on that every single time she said something or she reacted in a certain way. I was like, my God, it's great.
Y- yeah, I definitely know what you mean, especially like what to wait till you get to Coastal in the future. Because I definitely like have like a few things to say about that when it comes to like who is mainly about like who is more relatable. Well,
Yeah.
between the two and then soon the three once all of us get the crossbow finally.
Yeah. And the thing I was going to say too is that, while I have played a significant amount of Cold Steel 1, I think I got to like chapter 2 or 3. I forget where. Um, Once we get to it, I'll know exactly where. But all I'm gonna say is I stopped at the horses. So I
Oh,
got
okay, yeah, you were at the quote unquote the open world part.
yeah, yeah. So I got I put in a few hours. Let's just say that. But yeah, no, the one thing that I definitely noticed from my memories of the banter in that game as opposed to this one is that there are a lot more quips in this one. At least with FC. I don't know if that like gets toned down in the second chapter, but I highly doubt it from the screens that I've seen and the memes that I've seen. I highly doubt it. It looks like it's gonna be just as dumb and charming. But I definitely love that too. And my God, it's just I like these characters with a little bit of sass, a little bit of bite to them, where it's just like that feels so much more real to me than just everybody constantly being on good manners. Or if they're gonna try to like have conflict, it doesn't feel forced. It feels like it's earned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they definitely did like a pretty good job with the main cast of playable characters you get like in the game. Like for example, like with Shara is that she is like your sister type of figure, an instructor,
Yeah,
but at the same time she has like her own like unique personality. You know that she loves to drink. Can she can get like a pretty crazy when she's drunk, but at the same
pretty
time.
much.
But at the same time, like she knows her heart in their place and cares about for both Estelle and Joshua. And another like a great example was it
And not even that. You also know that she has a pretty high reputation, in
oh
Liberl
wait,
as like being one of the better bracers in
oh yeah.
general. But it's like
Uh,
that's the thing that reminds me of Yoko Taro games, and like after I finish like a NieR game, I
mhm.
can list like almost like a laundry list of traits for just one character, and I could talk about them for a solid few minutes,
Mhm.
instead of just like a one note thing.
Yeah. It's very similar thing with me when it comes to like with other games as well. That's a good question. Is that who is your other favorite characters besides Estelle and Joshua?
Well, let's see. There's Estelle. No.
That's not the goddamn answer.
Okay. I was gonna say that really quick that I do like how there's like also little dumb footnote things that you don't need to know about these characters. Like I like how Estelle's like obsessed with shoes, and it's like who needs to know?
Oh yes, I
Uh,
love that.
that's great. It's like just these little things that you don't need to know about a person, but like sometimes when you open up to somebody and they tell you all these random little facts about themselves, it's like, oh, okay, that's weird, but all right, like you just move on and you just know about it, and that's great. That makes it feel so much more personal.
Mhm.
Just I don't know, man. Gosh, trying to think though. Other favorite characters. Zin definitely came around for me towards the end. Oh my God, he I don't know. Like it's gosh, he was handled in such a unique way compared to the other characters that you meet along the way,
Mhm.
where he's the one that gets teased quite a bit. And like you see him in like earlier chapters, and then he doesn't really join your party much until the next chapter afterwards. I think it's like in the final one, and like you do all this stuff, and like you get to know more, and he's well, first of all, I'm just gonna say that thirst is real, even if it's not in the right places. He needs to find other women. I'm just gonna say that. But he's great, and then and then you finally figure out, like after you know him for a while, you see the connection that he has to Cassius, like their Estelle and Joshua's like that, and it's this cool thing that makes the world feel so connected, despite him being in a completely different region. He's from Calvard, and you don't see that in the game whatsoever. But he's great. He's a big dumb bear, and I love him.
Exactly. Like he's just like a giant bear who can be pretty stupid at times, but
But that's the great part, though. I love how in certain moments you think he's gonna do a dumb thing,
yeah.
and then he plays everyone for fools. It's fantastic. I'm trying not to spoil much, but every character has these like really great moments where they subvert your expectations and they just throw you for a loop, and it's like, nah, there's some nuance here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not one note. It'll never be one note. It's
Yeah,
great.
which is incredible. Like, it blows my mind with like, is it with Agate, which I thought he was gonna be this person, but then he was something else.
Yeah.
And then who else? Even for Tita as well. Uh, she she also was part of the thing where you think she is like this type of a character, but not really.
Yeah. She definitely goes through an arc as well where it's like, God, it's really good. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
you think a hero's gonna go one way, and then they actually suddenly pick themselves back up, and they're like, no, I can do this also. it's
Mm-hmm.
it's like constant fake outs. It's great. Of course,
Yeah,
Olivier is also incredibly dumb.
dude. Without saying much, it's never a dull moment when that man is around.
Oh yeah, he's great. Gosh,
Oh god.
that is one thing that I was gonna say though. The last thing I'm probably gonna say, before we get onto the news, 'cause I don't want to keep going for too long.
Mm-hmm.
But that is one thing that I've noticed after playing this game, and after having played Xenoblade Chronicles 2, of all things. It'll make sense in a second. I've noticed that I really like a certain type of pacing. Specifically when it comes to JRPGs, or maybe just... No, I'd say it's like pacing in general. I like how this game does pacing in the same sense that Xenoblade Chronicles 2 does, where every chapter is a new location. Every chapter is a new person you see, and it's not just a direct continuation of where you just were. You know, you're going to the next place. It feels like progress, and I've noticed that some games feel like a slog because it feels like you're not going anywhere. In other games, when they're paced like this, or like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, it feels like I'm on a journey. It genuinely feels like I'm making progress and I'm meeting all these new kinds of people, and it's exciting. Like it's almost like a photographic memory at that point where you just remember it by moments in a certain chapter. Like
Mm-hmm.
the footnote of the chapter is you remember the place that you were in chapter 2, and then you remember all the memories that come back from that. It's great. It creates this like really clean timeline in my head that doesn't
Mm-hmm.
feel muddy or messy.
Yeah, I do really appreciate that. Especially, pretty much, you're just exploring that entire region you're currently starting off with just a big ass big continent that is Zemuria.
Yeah, like on the map, it literally loops around by the end of the game. It's nuts. Like when you look at the map, it's kind of cool.
You literally made the donuts, fam.
Make all the donuts. But yeah, it's just great. Hopefully, if the podcast won't take as long to edit this time, I'd like to spend those few extra days not only streaming but also on any downtime. I like these are just like raw impressions slash kind of review. Most of the stuff might be repeated in the future because I mentioned it offhand once on stream, and I would really, really like to get good at video editing and potentially just maybe not even like, not good at video editing in the sense that, have all these crazy effects and like, I know how to do every neat transition possible. But I mean, like, I want to be able to make a video just talking about something that I really care about. And I'd like to possibly before like SC starts, I'd like to put a video out just talking about this game, just gushing about it for like 20 minutes or half an hour and just like literally like writing a script and like explaining why I love it so much because it's hard. For some people, like, they try it and they think it's underwhelming. And I can't change that thought. But man, for me, what I got and what I played is an ambulance. Hold on.
All right.
Okay, it's gone.
All
Sorry
right.
about that. We're gonna ambulances in the street. There's nothing I can do. But yeah, in the future, I want to make a video just discussing like maybe as like a review or something, or retrospective. Just I'd like to be able to make a video just talking about the game in full. You know, like maybe have like a non-spoiler section and then like go into spoilers towards the end. But I'd like to just be able to recap everything that, you know, it took away from the game after I streamed it. It'd be nice to be able to do that format, you know. So I want to see if I can do that in the next few days. Maybe we can start something up. Because, man, I kind of just want to gush about that game. And I don't want people to say just like, hey, just check out this entire Twitch playthrough to see everything I loved about it. It's like, no, I just want a video that people can see and I can just show them like, look, this game, I really love this game, you know? And sometimes it might be a game I hate. I don't know. I don't know where that format's going to go. But I just want to talk about how much I love that game right now. Like, I can feel it after finishing it. I have a lot to talk about, and I'm still not over it. So it'd be great to just do that in the future. So maybe at some point a YouTube video will come on the channel that won't be a podcast. Who knows? I can't guarantee a date. I'm definitely not going to commit to that. It's definitely going to be a thing on the side where I'll work on it, you know, little by little. But yeah, just definitely want to do that.
Well, that's dope, and hopefully you'll do the Naked Jake style where you just like sit on a medicine ball in front of a green screen and just bats around all of the regions.
I
in
got
the world.
no green screen. No, all you're gonna get is B-roll footage related to what I'm talking about. That's it. That's all you're gonna get. Oh my god, that is too much work. God bless though, but that guy takes like months to upload for a reason.
Yeah.
That is not easy, but Lord, yeah. Oh boy. So that was mainly my week, but that was fantastic. Because that was just like, gosh, that was like one big like 8-hour session. Even though Twitch servers were like acting up, thank God we didn't like miss anything major in between.
Yeah. Which, by the way, fuck you to both Ninja and freaking PewDiePie for ruining the chat room in the best moments.
Well, wait, no, wasn't that before? Did that happen again? Was it the same people that caused the server issues like this time when we were doing the final moments?
It was the session before.
Okay, because I know, yeah, that ruined like chat before. And then this time, yeah, it's like I couldn't escape or it's like, wow, really? The final session and Twitch servers are just cutting out, you know? So it's like awkwardly like, hey, here's like a 3-hour session, 1-hour session, and then 3 hours again. It was like great.
Yeah, it's very strange that the chat wasn't working, and Shurian, who uses like Twitch on her PS4, literally could not turn on Twitch with her life.
God, that sucks. Yeah, but definitely just playing the game was great. Looking forward to second chapter when I get around to it. It's not going to be for a while though. If anybody follows me on Twitch, I made a thread on Twitter explaining it, but I guess if anybody didn't happen to read that, I won't be doing that right away because there's a few things I should probably get around to. And I know that if I don't do them now, it's going to be even harder to pull myself away from second chapter when I do start it. So, as much as that ending really, really tells me to go and play second chapter, oh my god, like it's literally like gun to my head telling me to do it. Like it's so extreme. I was like, holy crap, I can't. Like, I couldn't even commit to saying this when I finished the session because I was like, I might just say fuck it and go right to SC like when I was live, you know?
They really got you on the leash, dude.
It's so good. But yeah, no, basically what's gonna happen, and we'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to like the E3 news, but essentially with Doom Eternal coming out later this year, I would like to, and Jen always mentioned this, you know, we're talking about like a Doom marathon, like I think since like last year, since we knew that was announced, like I think at last year's E3. And I always told him like, yeah, maybe I'll do it at some point. And of course I knew when we were going to do weekly anime, he's always going to bring it up like, hey man, you like the Falcon games, that's great and all, but when are you going to do Doom? Oh my god. Oh my god, this dude. A man just can't sit and watch anime in peace with his buddies. But no. I had a feeling it was gonna happen. So it's like, you know, we're gonna. I don't want to make it out like he's forcing me to play him. By the way, that I was mainly joking, but that is what that is how the conversation basically went. I'm paraphrasing it, but you know, I definitely want to check out the series because Doom 2016. It's the only one that I played. I thoroughly enjoyed that game. It was a breath of fresh air. Because I'm not an FPS guy, but the aggressive, visceral action that game has is fantastic. Like, even to the point where one of my favorite things, and this won't go on long enough, but one of my favorite mechanics in that game is very simple. I love how the health works in that game. You get health from defeating enemies and doing glory kills, but the thing that always gets me is how they balance the health pickups in this game. Or at least in 2016, and I hope to keep it the same in Doom Eternal, because it is my favorite way to balance it. You want that health pickup when you're low on health? You better get it. It's gonna heal you quite a bit. If you pick it up when you're like near like 3/4 of your health or like pretty full, it's not gonna do much. But I love how it specifically scales to how risky the venture is, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're low on life, you better go kill that demon. You better go and do it, otherwise you're gonna die. Like, you have to. It is the most fuck you, get in there balancing I've ever seen. It's glorious. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's those little things under the hood that you might not know you might not realize, but then like you notice subconsciously, like when you keep playing the game more. And I love how they scaled the health pickups in that game. Because, my god, it gives you such good incentive. You never feel helpless, but it means that you gotta be aggressive when the time matters. I love that shit. But there were also some cool callbacks in Doom 2016 that kind of went over my head. I noticed that, they're going for like some of like the retro style, like some of the music. There were some hidden rooms that were like direct callbacks. But I wouldn't know, like, oh man, that's Area 1 or 2 or something, like, I wouldn't know off the drop of a hat.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that it'd be calling back to some of the old games, and I wouldn't appreciate how faithful it was, So it's like, it's kind of a shame, So I figured if Doom Eternal's probably gonna have some of those callbacks and like cool little hidden rooms or bonuses or references, it sure would be nice to be able to appreciate it. So I'm not sure where it's gonna go. Like I mentioned on the thread, it's not gonna be a marathon, like back to back to back, because I'm not waiting that long to get into second chapter. Like, Shane, I love you, but Doom can't hold me down forever.
Well, just wait till I demand for an East marathon. I'm just kidding.
Nah, that's gonna have to wait till after these, my boy.
I just say like, that ain't gonna happen until next year.
Oh yeah, I even told like Hades that too. I was like, yeah, it'll probably happen, but probably next year if anything.
Yep, and that's when you have to consult with me of the order of these games.
Yeah, it's gonna be nuts.
Yeah.
But no, definitely it's just gonna be checking out the first Doom game on Twitch, and then once that's over, depending on how that goes, if it takes too long, or how I feel about going back to like the old school games, which I'm not one to shy away from retro games, but there's like a certain feel, and you kind of know if you want to stick around long term or if you just want to sample it a bit, and then move on. So it might go, the standard, like, bare minimum, like you do Doom 1, Doom 2, and then 3. Maybe check out 2016 again. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do that because it is pretty close to, by the time Doom Eternal comes out. But then we could also potentially, if it doesn't take too long with Doom 1, I might say like, oh, okay, I'm feeling this pacing is like pretty good. We might also include like the other games like Doom 64 or Final Doom, which, there's like different levels and different ways to, or different versions of the game that have come out that are like kind of these like outliers that some people know about, but others just follow the linear, sequel path. So it's interesting. There's a hell of a lot of Doom, but yeah, it's a thing. So it might be one of those two options. It might be like, just strictly 1, 2, 3, or check out some of the other ones. Depends on how long it'll take. But after Doom, I'm definitely going to check out Bloodstained, because I'm probably not going to get spoiled on Twitter or anything. I don't think so. But it's definitely going to be a thing that I really want to check it out. So that'll probably happen after Doom is over. And then after that, probably going to go back to SC. The only reason I say probably is that I might want to check out Cadence of Hyrule beforehand, but I don't know. Feels kind of wrong. I'll talk about it, during the E3 news. But I haven't even finished script of the Necro Dancer, so I might not do that. I might not impulse buy, despite how tempting it is, because I did have fun with that game. But yeah, we'll see. I might just do SC after Bloodstained, honestly. I might have had my fill by then and just be like, fuck it, I just want to go back, Like, I'm just gonna be like an impatient child, like, bring me back. I've had it up to here with all these other games, I don't care.
Bring me back to this wonderful series, damn it.
Pretty much. But yeah, no, that's basically just Twitch plans. So it's just gonna be Doom, Bloodstained, and then probably going back to SC, basically.
Yeah, I would say wait, for my Twitch plans, definitely Bloodstain pretty soon, depending like when it arrives on the mail.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot
Uh,
to mention too. Samurai Showdown's just gonna happen whenever that
oh
comes out. I'll
yeah,
probably just do like no SC or anything. It's just gonna be like day one launch stream hype and checking that out.
yeah. Check out story mode. Check out like the training mode to see how the characters work, and then embrace death.
Pretty much. Good lord.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and last thing before we move on to the news is uh big shoutouts to Vex for sticking around for the last part of your Trails in the Sky FC stream.
Oh yeah, no, I was lost for a second because I was like going into like news mode, like my brain like switched off. But no, yeah, definitely big shout out to her because yeah, she's on UK time. I stayed till midnight, and like she said, it's like man, stayed up till 6 in the morning. But I was working. I was like, God bless. Seriously,
Yeah.
I already told her thanks when I was streaming, but. Oh my gosh, the amount of dedication that takes to have like somebody staying up till 6 in the morning for you to finish your game. That's oh my god, that's MVP. That's oh my god, you couldn't ask for better friends or support. That's insane. I appreciate that.
Yeah. It ain't the Tit Squad without her though.
Pretty much. I was like, no, I gotta do this session, where she can watch it. Cause I know it's honestly that's why I love doing first time playthroughs on the channel. I've noticed more and more I don't really go back and visit games. And it's not that I dislike it, but the inherent appeal of discovering something for the first time, being able to stream, people can see like all the raw emotions, the surprise, the excitement, all the hype that might happen. It's genuinely more entertaining to me to discover something new than go back and revisit something, even though that has its own value too. But it's unmatched. So
Mm-hmm.
it's great to see you and Vex like appreciate it, and like even Trion as well. Like I remember seeing this tweet saying like rather she was saying that it's just like oh my god, like I'm a freaking wreck right now, like after seeing the ending of FC8. I'm like I feel I don't know what to do that night after I had to go to sleep because I had work in the morning. I was like I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Oh my god. Like, me and Vex, we had an entire hype discussion about that. Before, like, it wasn't before, it was during the stream. I was hyping up that you're gonna get to this part. You're gonna feel like shit like the rest of us. And possibly not sleep easy that night.
God, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But I definitely
Oof.
don't want to hype it up too much because it's something to worry about. I don't want to spoil anything, and then like people assume like, oh man, it's they expect this or something. It's just honestly the main thing with that game. All I'm gonna say and like leave it at that. Before if that video comes out and I really talk about it in depth. The one thing that I do love about that game is that those final moments feel earned. So many times when I look at stories or movies or writing in general, that's one of the biggest criticisms when plot points happen and when characters get to a certain point in the story and it feels like a big arc, or it feels like they suddenly take this turn. And some people be like, man, wow, what made them choose to go that way? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh, that's terrible writing. Or wow, that doesn't feel earned at all when they get this established relationship. And this game, in just one game, managed to establish so much for these characters that nothing felt out of place. Nothing felt like it was an ass pull. Nothing felt like it was forced. It all just felt like it made sense. And I didn't question it for a second where any of these characters are going for that matter. So it's just solid. There's a few nitpicks I could think about with the game, but it's just great. Where other games might go for like these flashy graphics and like really go for spectacle in certain areas, this game really nails it where it matters the most. And I appreciate that. But yeah, welcome to the Falcom Praise Hour, where all we do is talk about Falcom. It's funny. Evil Lucario sometimes comments like, man, just a lot of fighting game talk, right? And it's like, that's true. But man, listen, I can gush about JRPGs just as much.
Mm-hmm. Especially
Also,
with
hello, dude, if you're listening. Appreciate it.
yeah. Shouts to our loyal listener Evil Lucario.
Yeah, shout out to I think it was like the raid or a host when it happened, like right near the end of the game too. My God, he was also there for the end. That was nuts.
Yeah, it's really nuts.
Yeah, it was just a great time. But that'll pretty much do it for my week because that was the only major highlight that wasn't E3. So, and now here comes the
Oh boy.
real challenge for today. We're gonna try and keep this brief, but now we go on to the news.
Yay!
Throw
It's
around
too
some
big.
confetti. Get hype!
It's so big.
God. Please be excited, everyone. We're about to commence E3 news.
Here we go.
1 million troops. Or articles, for that matter. It feels like 1 million articles, because, oh my
Mm-hmm.
god. It's gonna take a minute, but we'll just briefly, talk about these. Some of them we will go more in depth, like the ones that I'm really excited about, oh gosh. But yeah, it's starting off with something pretty small and modest, but it definitely caught my attention because I remember playing it on the Switch around the time when the Switch initially launched. There weren't too many games coming out, and this one was immediately appealing because it was cheap and it was great. And I think it was like the first game on the eShop that was just like a meager like $5, but it was like really fun for what it was. Like I got like 3 or 4 hours of like solid entertainment, from that. It's like that's a worthy $5.
Damn.
Um, but yeah, just talking about it real quick. Kamiko launches for PS4 and PC in June, Xbox One in July, which is surprising because yeah, this came out in 2017 on the Switch. So I wonder what took them so long. But yeah, you've never played this before, have you, Cutie Soul?
No. I haven't played this one before. I've seen screenshots. I've seen sales for it a lot on the eShop. The only thing I'm only familiar with is that it gets constantly promoted from the publisher Fly High Works, which I do buy
Yeah.
their products, mostly the rhythm games.
I no wonder, yeah, because I was gonna say that name sounds familiar, but yeah, that makes sense. But no, it's a really, really fun, old school. It's weird. It has like almost like beat 'em up like arcade elements to it, but it also has RPG mechanics. Like you pick one of I think 4 or 3 characters you can pick. Um but it's essentially, you pick one of the waifus and you fight the demons, and like it's I think it has like 4 or 5 stages, but they're all pretty lengthy and there's some puzzles you got to solve like throughout. It's pretty fast paced. You have like a super meter for some of your special attacks and everything. Music is great too, I gotta say. It's solid for what it is. Like for $5, you would expect something a little more cheaply made, but there's a lot of love here. I can't stress enough how charming it really is. Like the sprite work and everything, it's very retro, but it's all just super fun. And if it's gonna be $5, like on PS4 or PC, do not think whatsoever it's a cheaply made game like trying to rip you off. It is worth those $5. I couldn't complain at all. It's like I got like 4 or 5 hours of entertainment, like I said, when I streamed it. So it's like I'm not even mad. I was like a cup of coffee or like, a freaking McDonald's meal, and I got 5 hours out of it, I'm like, listen, I can't be mad. It was a very fun time. And that was just one playthrough. There's like, you could pick another character if you want to see how different they play, because they all have different combat and like mechanics and everything. So it's definitely really fun. I'd recommend it for anybody who's just looking for maybe just like a cheap fun night. If you're just feeling like that retro vibe and you just want to go and play something, for a night and enjoy it. I definitely recommend it. Is good.
Cool.
But yeah, just going on because yeah, we're definitely gonna try to keep these brief. Like that's about the pacing. This is where we're gonna go a little more in depth, but all right. So, Cyberpunk 2077 launches April 16, 2020.
On my
I
birthday
say it like
month.
that. Freaking nice. I say it like that because that's the way that Keanu Reeves freaking mentioned it one time on the stage.
You're all
God, he sounds so
breathtaking.
serious. You're all breathtaking. I can't believe that, dude. I saw that Twitter video where the guy who said that and screamed it from the audience actually got a collector's edition from the staff that made the game, like free, because he did that.
That is crazy, dude.
That's
And
sick. And it's because he got the video of him saying that, so they knew exactly who it was to give him that reward. But that's dope. That's like
wow.
one of the most iconic moments of E3 like this year was like Keanu Reeves showing up for to promote Cyberpunk 2077.
Yes, and I want to give like a special shout out to a French gaming journalist, where he thought Miyamoto was going to show up on Microsoft's conference, but he
Oh my
mistaken
god.
that for Keanu Reeves.
I forgot. I forgot because it's so stupid. Yeah. Somebody before Microsoft's conference was happening. Oh, I forgot. I should preface this, by the way. The Comico stuff was like, it's one of those segments where it's like, I'm going to mention them, but, they were like not at conferences. Uh, EA happened before this. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going right into Microsoft, kind of going over some of the things that I was into. Or something that I was into, but, I just wanted to mention really quick because I'm just like, man, what the heck is going on? E3 is wild.
Yep.
But yeah, that was dumb. So before the conference was happening, yes, one of them speculated it's like, oh man, Miyamoto's gonna make an appearance on Microsoft's conference. It's finally happening. And it was Keanu Reeves. They seriously mistook Shigeru Miyamoto for Keanu Reeves. I couldn't. Oh my god. Like, that is the dumbest thing. Gosh. But yeah, this game's coming out on April 16. I'm super excited for it. Keanu Reeves, it wasn't just a promote, mind you, he's actually in the game as like a main part of the game. The best I can describe it is he's kind of like almost like the mentor figure, almost like the, kind of like the devil on your back sort of deal, where like,
Mm-hmm.
I guess it seems like from that trailer, whenever you respawn, he's always the one like, telling you where to go. Maybe he's gonna be like a navigator. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I know some people, a good reference people put was kind of like Batman Arkham Knight when the Joker, if you played that game, so basically like
Mm-hmm.
the Joker isn't technically there, but he's always there, kind of heckling or like, in like Batman's like head at some points of the game. So it's kind of like this little chip on your shoulder just always telling you what to do. So people are saying that, he might be kind of like that.
Yeah, I can really kind of see like how that works since I also played that game.
Yeah. I wasn't sure, so I was like, okay, cool. You know what I mean. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna get collector's edition because I just don't got that money. But it sure does look neat.
Mm-hmm. I do know that basic edition will have some goodies similar to the Witcher 3.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing with CG Project Red. Like they usually, gosh, or I guess it's pro. I think I've heard people pronounce it like Project. I'm not sure.
I just say CD Project Red or the Witcher people.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say Project because I'm lazy. People can get mad. It's easier for me. But yeah, no, they usually, God, they never screw customers over. If anything, it feels like they give like way more value to the customer than most other companies. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. As someone who hasn't played Witcher 3, but I've heard they have a really great pedigree, like I can't wait to finally play a game by them and really see how much work they put into it because it looks impressive. I love the setting alone, and like it seems like it has like so much of the world fleshed out. So I can't wait to see where it goes. It looks nuts, but that trailer looked great. And I'm looking forward to it. Keanu Reeves obviously was like the biggest highlight of Microsoft's conference. People were talking about it nonstop because nobody expected it. I wasn't expecting it. It took me a second to get it. I was like, oh my god, this isn't happening.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this game. I've seen the press only demo for last year, and it's looking pretty good. I'm looking forward to make my own cyberpunk main character who is also named V, no relation to the V from DMC5.
Pretty much. But yeah, no, if it's not on your radar, definitely check out some footage for anybody listening. It's definitely one not to miss for next year. If anything, after this E3, I've learned that this year feels pretty nuts. Start of next year, isn't going to be much better. I feel like after 2017, when we had that really good year where we got like Persona 5, NieR Automata, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, like Breath of the Wild, because that was like the release of the Switch. Like every month had something to play. And 2018 was like strong last year. Not as crazy, but now 2018 is back to being crazy again. And 2020 looks like it's going to be crazy. Like we haven't stopped really. Like I kind of want... I'm at the point now where I kind of want like 3 months of nothing. I actually kind of want a drought because
Same here.
It's nuts. I never thought we were gonna get to this point where it's like I actually want a drought. It's crazy. Like my wallet can hardly keep up. Like I
Same
have to
here.
pick and choose with some of these. It's insane. Um, but yeah, just Cyberpunk looks solid. It looks great. And this one's pretty brief too. If it loads up, what happens?
Oh, no worries. I can read that from the URL.
Yeah, I can just reload it if need be.
Oh, there we
But
go.
yeah, so basically, as well in the conference, this one's mainly for me. I don't know if did you ever play Psychonauts, Katie Soul?
Yes, I've played and been in the first one.
Okay, cool. Because I wasn't sure. That's part of the great part too. Is like I get to know more about your taste as well, through these. But yeah, Psychonauts 2 was also revealed at Microsoft's conference because Microsoft themselves actually bought out. I don't think it was a complete buyout, but definitely acquired the studio as one of the other studios, like a Ninja Theory as well. I think and a few others, I forget. But I always remember Ninja Theory that they have that now as one of the studios working on their first party games for next year. And they did reveal one that didn't look too crazy to me. I didn't put it on the list of the docket, but it kind of looked like it was going for like a hero shooter type of vibe, kind of like Overwatch, but looked like it was doing its own thing.
Oh, literally like the one that I call it bootleg with Anarchy Reigns.
Yeah, because it was going more for like that combat style. Yeah, it looked kind of cool. We'd have to see. Apparently, actual gameplay footage looked more positive from people who were there in attendance. So who knows? Maybe it's more fun, and the trailer just looked kind of generic to me. But yeah, they announced that. That's not on the list of news, but I just mentioned it because it was another studio that they acquired, and they said they were making games for them. So there you go. They announced one for this year. But Psychonauts 2 got a brief gameplay trailer. It looks like more of Psychonauts 1, which is all I could ever ask for. That game is weird, crazy, unique. I still haven't played. Gosh, I can't really. I can find games that have bits and pieces of the weird Tim Schafer style that the first game had, but could never quite find something that would like really fit that mold. It's definitely unique, and it's not. I don't really. I guess it's like a cult classic, but it's definitely not just like underrated thing anymore. Because I think anybody who knows about it would have known about it by now. I know before it didn't get like many sales when it came out initially, but that first game is real good. If you haven't played it, definitely check it out if you want a very unique experience. It's very bizarre. it's almost like it's almost like that premise of Persona 5, but done in like a action platformer type of way, and you still somehow get the whole subconscious like gimmick, and you get to see more of the characters' personalities through that voyage, and it's cool. Sometimes you even discover things that you don't want to know in the minds of some of those people, which is really cool if you go off the beaten path. I always like that about the exploration in that game, so I'm looking forward to it.
Cool.
Actually, let me look at the article one time. Did they mention? No, they did not mention a release date. Thought I was going crazy for a second, but it is coming out eventually.
Cool. And hopefully it turns out great.
Yep. Although one here that I'm just gonna sleep on up next. I didn't bring this up because I'm hyped for it, but it's I can't believe we're still it'll never die. Speaking of I mentioned that earlier in the week, it's like, man, so many times where you just go and see the origin story and you get bored to tears and nothing else happens. Oh god, I didn't even set this up, I swear. Okay, so Dragon Ball Z Kakarot launches early 2020. Quote unquote, the most accurate, dramatic, and epic telling of the Dragon Ball Z canon storyline. It's not. I'm not gonna rag on the game. I know for Dragon Ball fans or Dragon Ball Z fans, I gotta clarify. I know they're into it. It looks pretty cool.
Mhm.
Cell shade and everything. It knows exactly what it wants to be. I'm just I'm just so tired of it. like I think, when growing up, like the main entry for me to like see like the abridged versions of the story was like the Budokai games.
Mhm.
Maybe a little of like the Tenkaichi games like going forward, but man, after that, I I just gave up on trying to keep up with all the games because there is no way, and you get burnt out pretty quick seeing the same things over and over again. Let me tell you.
Yeah, and that's why I pick and choose depending on which license game, especially for anime. Like
Yeah.
Dragon Ball really burned me out.
Yeah. There's like it's nuts. There's so many times they've retold this story. How many times have you seen Krillin get blown up? I've probably seen it like 18 or
Goku.
20 times. Like holy crap, it's nuts. But yeah,
Mhm.
I mean it looks interesting if you're into Dragon Ball Z, you know. You might want
Mhm.
to check it out. I'm not saying it's a bad game in general. It's just I'm definitely not picking it up because I'm not going through that again.
Yeah. I know like a friend of mine who was hyped for this, and I'm just gonna wait for his impressions once he grabs this game. All I
Yeah.
know is that from seeing that trailer and most of the gameplay footage that came in on Twitter, is it's definitely an action RPG made by CyberConnect 2. And all I can think of with this game is it almost looks like a remake of Dragon Ball Z Legacy of Goku, but way better.
Yeah, that's what people have been saying. So it might be fun just for the perspective. You know, you might be able to explore more. But we'll have to see. CyberConnect 2 always like worries me because sometimes their games are like, you know, a lot of flash but no substance. So we'll have to see if it's worth it to explore and go off the beaten path. You know, like maybe it'll be something, but who knows. But yeah, it's a thing. It's another Dragon Ball Z game. So you know who you are. But all right. All right. Time for the big one, ladies
Oh,
and gentlemen.
shit.
Listen, people being like, "Oh man, Halo Wars Infinite, that was a pretty cool reveal." Oh man, Cyberpunk 2077, Keanu Reeves is pretty cool.
What about Matt Booty?
Oh yeah, actually, you want to talk about Matt Booty before we get into this the
Alright.
big Chungus news?
Okay, so just to make it brief, Matt Booty is a beautiful man with a beautiful last name. I want this man to present every conference and Nintendo Direct in history until he dies.
God, I still can't believe that's his last name. Like, what kind of horrors, man? What was his childhood? Middle school must have been the worst.
Dude, I can imagine, like. Remember that one period where twerking was like a trend? Imagine like how many requests he got for that.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Oh god, it's pretty good. No, that name I seriously had to do like a triple take. I was like, that can't be real. Like, there's something amazing about hearing that announcer being like, and now here's Matt Booty. And I'm just like, oh my god, you really have to say it straight. Like, that guy had to get it out of his system before he said that live. He
yeah.
must have. There is no way. It reminds me of when Reggie first announced the name of the Revolution being called the Nintendo Wii.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing he said on stage was just, get it out of your system now, because it's going to be here for a while. That's
Oh
great.
man, I'm so gonna put with a hype tease post for this episode on Twitter after recording with the picture of Matt Booty to get everyone hype for episode E3.
God. It's
So,
pretty good.
so after we were done getting presented by the beautiful man Matt Booty, so what is the big thing that came out of Microsoft?
The big thing. 7 years ago. Oh my god, when they announced it was coming to the West, and then it got terribly delayed. Oh my god, they never canceled it, but nobody believed. Oh my god, it's a beautiful frickin' day. Frickin' June 9 was the moment where I frickin' lost my shit. Like, I couldn't believe the meme was finally dead. You can all go home. You can all go home and enjoy next year. Phantasy Star Online 2 coming to North America on Xbox One, Windows 10 in spring 2020. It's a ways to go. But listen, I can't believe it's finally coming out. I've waited for this thing for freaking years to the point where I just gave up. Like, I literally went through the several stages of grief or depression, you know? It's like, I had denial. I couldn't believe it, and then I wanted to believe, and then through all that, I still just gave up. in the end. It was that long ago.
Dude,
I'm so fucking happy.
holy
I'm
shit,
so
dude.
happy.
Dude, I was super happy because this was the last thing I saw before I had to make my way home.
Oh my god.
Holy crap. My
Yeah, and
Twitter
then like
was just exploding with this. Like, Twitter
I didn't even get
cannot
to see the
handle.
explosion. I was like, I can't even imagine what Twitter's going through right now. God. Like it's glorious, man. And like they said in the trailer, all the content's gonna be here.
Mm-hmm.
Now I wonder how do you know if this game, because I haven't kept up a bunch of Fantasy Star Online 2, just because I wanted to wait on the off chance, there was still that tiny bit of hope that it would happen. Do you know if there were like any timed events in Fantasy Star Online 2?
I do know there is a collaborations.
Yeah, because that's what I know. There's like collaborations, but I wonder like if that's gonna be staggered when we get it or something. I wonder how they're gonna handle that.
If I can imagine,
Um,
they'll probably throw it in with no problem. Like, we'll probably get the call up for like FF14, other series, and I do know recently they had like a collaboration with KOF, which I'm
yeah,
gonna
I
get on that
saw that.
action.
Oh my god, I can't wait. Like it's just all the content's here. It's free to play. It is the most painless thing you could ever do if you just want to get into it next year. Oh my god. It's just listen, if you were this is one of those times where like the disconnect is going to happen if you're watching this in the future and you don't even know about Fantasy Star Online cuz I played the first one. If you don't know anything about this series, you don't have a history with it and you're just seeing this news now, the wait, I cannot stress 7 years. 7 years. Debatably more. Like it feels like an eternity. Like I started doing Twitch streams for 4 years. I've started this podcast. I started voice acting and the time it took for this. I got my first job at the hotel. My
You even got a
god.
driver's license.
Oh my god. Or permit, but yes. Oh my god. Just freaking wow, dude. God, like it's just that wait is so painful. I never thought it was gonna happen. And it gets even better because Phil Spencer, I don't think this article has the update. It does not.
No,
But Phil Spencer did confirm it is coming to the Switch and PS4. Xbox One and PC, as great as it is, I'm probably gonna play a lot on PC. The fact that it's gonna be playable on the Switch, like forget it. I can put in the time now. Like
well,
realistically, I can put in that time.
well, we got to keep in mind is that we're not sure of how the Switch version is gonna look like
Oh
because
yeah, but as long as I can still play, it can look like soup. But if I can play it 20 minutes when I'm free, that's all I need.
because the only thing I do know with the Switch version in Japan is it's a cloud-based version. So
We'd have to see then.
yeah, so we aren't sure if it's going to be just a straight up port, or they're gonna pretty much like transfer over the cloud version of it.
God, I forgot about that. You're right. I just thought it was like, that was watered down. We'll see. I mean, maybe even if it is cloud, maybe if it's not too terrible, I could tolerate it. Because I'm like, man, it's either that or like, like I'll stick to PC mainly. But I'm talking about like, just days where it's like, man, 30 minutes before I gotta go to sleep. I really don't want to set up on PC, It's like, let me just do it really quick on Switch. Just like the lazy days or the lazy hours. I'm like, if I could just play it, that's great. But we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I'm super excited. Oh my god. It's just huge win. Like, this is the biggest thing for me at Microsoft Conference, but I know for a lot of people those other things, this is just personal. Oh my god, it's so personal.
Yeah,
God.
I'm very excited for this. This is kind of for someone that has been the classic Fantasy Star games from way 1 to 4, from start to finish. I never played, only seen the first Fantasy Star Online. But I will
Yeah.
check this out because it looks awesome, and it's free to play, and I can play this on my PC and hopefully other versions pretty soon.
Yeah. PS4 version, at least, will have like a way for console players. But Yeah, it's just, guys, it's painless. I'll be sure to like do streams and stuff with like Shin and maybe Alcadius and
Yeah.
Cuter Soul as well. Like, we'll see what happens. Oh, I did forget to mention one thing though.
Hmm.
I do have to mention the bummer really quick though,
Oh
because
yeah.
shoutouts to Vex and GBASP Gamer and like some other people that I follow that are in the UK. Man, the biggest downer to this hype train that I was just through the roof with was then going on Twitter after the conference was over and seeing people that I follow in the UK or in other regions getting super bummed out because they announced this trailer at E3. And it's great. It's like, oh man, one of the greatest JRPGs finally comes to the West, and it's a super hype thing, right? And everyone's like through the roof. And then they release a statement, I think on Twitter, like other maybe it's like an article or something where somebody screen grabbed it.
Wait, it was they posted on their official Twitter account.
Yeah, I think Sega Europe like clarified it the most actually.
Hmm.
Yeah, but it's not coming over there. At least not yet. It's undefined. Maybe in the next few months they'll get a release date, but it really sucks. Cause man, I thought we were over. Like I know it was still happening. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that delusional, but I really thought we were getting better at this thing where Europe isn't getting treated as like this like third wheel. I hate how they get thrown to scraps a lot of the time still, and it's just messed up. How many years is it gonna take for this to be over with? You know,
Yeah.
if companies are trying to shoot for like international or simultaneous launch releases now, why can't we just at least do like simultaneous releases for like US and Europe releases? Like I don't know, man. Like it's not that difficult. But granted, I don't know how it works, maybe translation just really takes that long. But even if that's the case, proper planning is what helps that go smoothly, you know? Something can always be done to make it better. So it sucks. It really sucks. I feel for anybody that can't play it right now, especially when they've been waiting just as long as we have, and then they just get slapped in the face after seeing that announcement and get hyped, and then it just gets shot down, that is like a severe case of blue balls. That is so much denial. That's not even fair.
Yeah, that is the best way to describe the situation. It's blue balls for Europe.
God, it just sucks. But aside from that, yeah, I'm still looking forward to it. Definitely gonna be streaming it. Playing with a bunch of people. If somebody's watching the future and might want to check out the streams, stop by and maybe like we could do some exploration, do some
Do
some
some
hunts together.
do some raids.
Yeah, I say hunts because of Monster Hunter, but God, we'll do
Well,
stuff. Maybe we'll carry you. Who knows?
yeah,
Maybe you'll carry me.
yep, and most likely you'll see me on there as well.
Yeah, but it's gonna be fun. We're gonna enjoy that next year for sure.
Hmm.
Definitely gonna give impressions on the podcast. Like it's like, man, it's been a year, but it's finally here.
All right, so
But
what's
yeah,
next in the docket?
yep. So next thing on Microsoft's conference that I was super excited about, although sadly got leaked, but still just looking forward to it. Tales of Arise announced for PS4, Xbox One, and PC, which is basically the next chapter in the Tales of series. They've been waiting on this for a while. Tales of Berseria came out, gosh, I want to say 2016, maybe 2015. No, I want to say it was 2016.
Let me quickly check on my phone.
Yeah, I know it came out a while ago because I remember around the time when Final Fantasy 15 came out was when Berseria came out. That's how usually I remember. But yeah, it's been a few years, and it was crazy how quiet they've been on this. Apparently, they mentioned that before Vesperia Definitive Edition was announced, I think last year, they were hard at work on this game, and it couldn't show any more than the reveal trailer. It's, oh my gosh, it's great.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and also just to clarify, yeah, Tales of Berseria came out around 2016.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought, because I remember it because of 15 coming in around that time. But yeah, it's great. And I'm actually gonna go to the follow-up article that was also tied to this, because they actually interviewed a few days ago, but I figure, it ties into this as well. But it was actually pretty interesting because it goes over, basically, there was an interview with the producer, and he kind of went over a few things that were pretty interesting to me, where he was just talking about, the ambitions that this game has. The reason they called it Arise, that was actually the code name for it when in development, because they really wanted to break tradition and they wanted to revamp the series. They wanted to keep things that people of the series, fans of the series know and love, but also shake it up and do their own thing and like restructure, which honestly, I think it's been a long time coming.
Oh yeah, especially during the years when they were stuck with Baba, who
Yeah.
who is a very controversial figure to the Tales team before he moved on.
Yeah. That was mainly like throughout like the PS3 and I think even like some of the PS4 games. It's just, that's for me definitely the part where like the series got stale and it made me pretty sad because I enjoyed parts of them, but I was like, man, I can never put this up with like the other experiences I had like throughout the year. If I played any other games, it's just like they're all right. Like they teetered on like a 6 or a 7 at times. If they were really fun, it'd be like a 7. But
Mm-hmm.
it's so middling of the road. It really is unfortunate. And I say this as a fan of the series, mind you. But I always had that feeling. It's like, man, this could be so much better. This could be pushing the envelope so much more. And I did like how the Tales of series like always was like pretty modest about its structure. I didn't feel like it had to break the bank to still be enjoyable to play. But Zestiria was definitely the breaking point for me. That was a game where like I bought it because I think it was like close to launch of the PS4 when it came out, and I just didn't bother playing it after the first few hours. I was so bored with the first impressions of that game. Like, it's over. I just stopped playing it, never picked it up again. As a fan of the series, I felt like it was like the lowest point. And maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it gets better after the fact, but my god, I just did not care. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And that really sucks to see. And then Berseria thankfully picked it up again, and let's save that game, despite the settings still being pretty boring. Shoutouts to Vex once again. Uh, we talked about it on Twitter because we were worried about this game when the leaks were happening. Because you're saying like, man, I hope it's not in the same setting as Zestiria and Berseria, because it's definitely the weakest setting the series has had yet. And if anybody disagrees, that's fine. I'm just saying my opinion. But it definitely had like the most boring like world and setting and like tone the series has had. It just was very uninteresting. I didn't even know where it was going half the time, but Berseria kind of still won me over despite that with the characters and the charm. Like just like the personal aspects of it, but definitely not the setting. I still hated how it was still connected to Zestiria, the game that I couldn't care less about. But that's neither here nor there. Basically, the series has gotten pretty stale, despite me liking Berseria quite a bit. The series overall has gotten pretty stale and repetitive over a while, and they even mentioned that one of the reasons was that they kept using that same engine over and over again. They didn't really try to reach for more or try to go for more. And the fact that the main head for the God Eater series is behind this gives me so much hope.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, the director of my two favorite Tales of games, at least like currently, being Abyss and Symphonia. Oh my god, the fact that that guy is also involved in this in some way. I don't think it's stated how, but it was on his Twitter bio.
Like he literally like tweet this out actually by himself, which is impressive.
Yeah. I was just like, it couldn't be more of a match made in heaven, because God Eater still does. People can think what they want about the series, or if you haven't played it, it's fine. But they're pretty ambitious in certain parts of like story. Like, it amazes me how I like the story of God Eater more than like any of the Monster Hunter game stories, where I just didn't really care too much. Like I was invested in that setting and that tone, like those characters, despite that not being the main intention of the game. Like I have confidence in this guy telling a pretty good story, pretty compelling one at that. So definitely has ambition in certain areas, and the fact that he's taking over the Tales of series makes me incredibly happy.
Yeah.
Like, it's the perfect shakeup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm also was really like more happier when the man himself just like put out his own tweet. The director of Symphony and Abyss said,
Oh
"I'm
yeah.
working in this game as a
No,
director
that's it.
again."
That locked it. I was just like, nope, it's gonna be good.
Yeah,
It's gonna be real good.
yeah. And what's more fascinating is they mentioned. I'm not sure they mentioned in the interview that the other people who are part of the team also worked in Berseria and Zestiria. However, some of them worked all the way back from Tales of Fantasia, which is insane, dude.
Yes. Yeah, the interview mentioned that. I was like, oh my god, this is a slam dunk.
Mm-hmm.
This is heat. This is like really like put. If you haven't played a single game in the series, this might be the perfect place to start. Oh my god, this might be it. God, I'm so happy. Like, I want to live in that world where I can just recommend this series to somebody again because it's a hard sell.
I know.
It's been a real hard sell the last few years, let me tell you. Even though I still call myself a fan, I like aspects of them, it was always so tough to just tell someone, you should really check this out over anything else, you know?
Yeah. It's the other thing we also did briefly skip during like the trailer is we noticed that the game is running on the Unreal 4 engine, which is definitely a huge step way for the series. Especially
Yes,
there were two
they got rid of that old engine
yeah.
and went to that, and it's just, it looks like a freaking glow up, dude. It looks gorgeous.
It's like a mixture of like Monster Hunter World and Xenoblade, dude. It's
Yeah,
nuts.
like it's instantly changes. Like, oh, they got money.
Oh,
you know, instantly the switch. I was like, oh god, Namco got that money.
yeah. I do know like some fans are very worried about that direction and prefer like the old engine. As for me, I'm very excited to see them take this risk of approach.
Yeah, like listen, I God, I'm gonna make some people upset if they ever watch this. I don't know because we don't have like too many viewers right now. But
Mm-hmm.
listen, I don't care how much you like that engine, and I don't care how much you like what tradition is, because tradition's whack. All right, it's gotten to the point for me where I can't get excited for the series as much as I used to. I need this. And this is very personal and selfish, and I get that. But oh my god, let them do something different. Let them do it. Let it come out. Make your judgments when it comes out. But I highly doubt, with the pedigree, with the staff that's here, I can't see a way for you to not enjoy this game. It might not be what you're used to, because they are changing some things, but they've been meticulously taking parts that, you know, they know works with the series, and they're even trying to shake things up. Like, for example, they're trying to change the monster designs in this interview as well. They mentioned they're trying to change the monster designs to be more threatening, to feel like you've actually overcome something that, you know, looks pretty intimidating, and like, you know, it has like an opposing, you know, like aura about it. Because before, like, you know, the enemies were kind of goofy looking. Pretty endearing, but yeah, it didn't really feel too like serious. I didn't feel like there were really any stakes when you finally finished that fight. So they're definitely trying to consider, you know, like even monster designs and like exploration and all these other things, like to the point where they even said that they still want the anime aesthetic in there because they know that the anime art style is, you know, synonymous with the Tales of series.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Definitely.
you go as far back to Fantasia, and that's clearly like 90s anime style.
Oh yeah, that's definitely one of the selling points of the series is the art style. The other thing I will mention is the thing I'm very excited about is the setting that they're currently doing with. That is also personal to me. Is every time I look at that setting for Tales of Arise, it looks like Star Ocean.
I can see that.
And it doesn't help like Star Ocean and Tales of Fantasia had a history together, which is insane. And again, recently with the new Tales mobile game, the Star Ocean mobile game had a collaboration together.
Yeah. But that's the thing, though. See, that's why you're saying that's like, it looks like Star Ocean, but like you said before on last week's episode, you were telling me about the, or was it episode 2? I forget, but you were telling me the history that the staff from Tales of Fantasia went on to work, you know, for Star Ocean.
Yeah.
And it's like, that makes sense. That's why Tales of Fantasia's staff are back here, because they worked on Star Ocean. That's why it looks like it. Oh my god, it's gonna be so good.
I know, it's insane. Like, it looks like They came in like in full circle with this new setting. It's oh my god! I'm just so excited. Anyways, go on.
Yeah. Oh no, reading some of this again, like the fact that they aren't even telling us the composer too has me really excited.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that's gonna be changed is that they didn't even mention a single word of Matoi Sakuraba, who's been doing the
Yeah,
series
which
for
like I love the guy, but yeah, let him take a break for a second.
yeah.
I love him, but yeah, it's at a point where it's just gotten like too obvious. Like it feels like sometimes like his heart's not in some of the compositions. It's like it feels kind of weak at places, which is kind of sad.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just I'm super like I don't know, man. I haven't felt this excited for a game in the series in a long time. And they went on to, explain a bit of the world and setting itself, but it's it's just great. Because the fact that they're still going back and saying that, hey, look, we're really trying to question like why is this popular? Why do fans like this? And they're really trying to be considerate, and asking themselves like they're asking these important questions that sometimes goes over other developers' heads. Like I remember one of the real eye-opening experiences in like recent years was when Square Enix got feedback from I think during the development of Final Fantasy 15. That was apparently the first time where some staff actually got to know what some of people's like favorite games in the series were, like in the West.
Mm-hmm.
Where they just thought that, man, this thing was like this well-renowned series and it's flawless and it's, perfect. Like Final Fantasy is like the biggest shit ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know that 13 and like some of these other games were like mixed or, were considered like some of the lowest points in the series. So it's nuts how they went on years and years, like over a decade of not knowing how the Western reception is for some of these games.
Oh yeah. And funny
Because I
thing,
remember that. Oh, you go ahead.
I was gonna say is funny thing about that is they did mention about a similar thing like that for another news article. We'll get to in the future.
Yeah. But no, it's great. It really looks like they're really trying to take bits and pieces and trying to see what works and what people like about the series and make something new. I'm excited. The character designs that were revealed already look great. I have full confidence in this. And I have full confidence in this not because I guarantee it's going to be great, but because of the information we already have. Like, I know the staff is already there. It's promising. Like, it just looks like it's going to be great, but it's also the fact that even if it's not, the fact that the ambition is there is already worth it. That alone makes it worth it for a series that's gotten pretty stale and repetitive. Despite me loving it, I say this as someone who's a fan and saying, I need some new shit. Like straight up. I'm looking forward to this so much because I can't wait to see what they do with it. It looks great too. God, they needed to move on to another engine. I'm sorry. It's a little too flat for me now. Like they've been using that engine since like GameCube and PS2. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's insane. Like I wouldn't say like GameCube PS2, but I will
Well, I know
say
PS2 at least because Abyss still like feels the same when I look at these games nowadays. It's nuts.
yeah. I would say it definitely goes back to probably like around the Wii and 360 like era in the beginning.
Yeah, but no, just solid. Looking forward to it. That was definitely one of the bigger. We're going on about this for a while because it was one of the ones that I definitely wanted to gush about as a fan of the series. It's just like I'm excited.
Mm-hmm.
But moving on, speaking of leaks, honestly, a lot of Namco's announcements from Microsoft's conference were all leaked. And it was very unfortunate. I feel like this would have gotten me way more hyped if I just didn't know about the leak beforehand. But yeah, not much was shown about this one, but still looking forward to it. So Bandai Namco and From Software announced Elden Ring for PS4, Xbox One, and PC. And it is seriously a collaboration between Hidetaka Miyazaki and George R.R. Martin. Yes, that. Oh my god, I can't believe.
Yes,
Can't believe he's involved in video games.
Yes, the Game of Thrones guy in video games.
Like, what is happening? It's weird because when I look at the trailer, let me see if it has it here. when I look at the trailer, all I see is just it's Dark Souls. It's not Dark Souls, but it is with the setting and the art style and even like the cinematic. That's all they showed, by the way, which is it's an ongoing trend with most of these games. Like Tales of Arise actually showed a little bit of gameplay, but a lot of games, like, we'll get into it after we tackle all the news, but a lot of them just showed a lot of CG trailers. But this one's pretty cool. It's usually how they mention it, or how they reveal this stuff with From Software. Honestly, I'm surprised we got as much as we did for the reveal, because I still remember when Sekiro was teased at the Game Awards, and it was just like 5 seconds of like the prosthetic arm, and that was it. That's all you got for like teasing for Sekiro. I was like, I'm surprised we got a full-blown cinematic, but yeah, it looks really cool. I'm looking forward to it. I definitely love, I love anything with Miyazaki and From Software, so I have no doubt I'm going to enjoy this one as well.
Yep. I wouldn't maybe check this out as well. Like, I do like Miyazaki's work, and not really into George R. R. Martin too much, since I'm not a big fan of Game of Thrones. But this should be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not like diehard for it either, but the fact that he is renowned for his writing, it's like I want to see where it goes. The fact that someone like that is like being involved in From Software is like super interesting. Apparently, From Software went to him and not the other way around, which is interesting. So maybe somebody over there is like a fan, but who knows? Yeah, just curious. Can't wait to see what happens. Definitely excited to see the lore though from that perspective. It's gonna be bits and pieces, So have to wait and see. But that's pretty much it for Microsoft. I don't think there was anything else, unless you could think of anything that you got excited for that might not have been here.
The only thing I was looking forward to during Microsoft was the game from TangleWorks.
Well, that's Bethesda.
Ah, shit.
Yee. That's why I waited here, because I was like, I know we're getting into that.
Okay. Yeah. The only thing that got me very super hyped during Microsoft was my booty.
He loves the booty.
Show me the booty.
Yeah, but it was all right. Nothing crazy, but it was just okay. Honestly, I thought Microsoft should have done better, considering that Sony wasn't going to be there. I feel like they really dropped the ball. It was solid, but it's like a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. It was all right. Had a decent variety, but yeah, just they really should have capitalized on that spotlight a little more. But yeah, now we go into the game that you mentioned earlier. So Tango Gameworks announces action-adventure game Ghostwire Tokyo. Overall, Bethesda's conference was pretty whack too. This and Doom Eternal were the only two that really saved it for me.
Mm-hmm.
But this looks pretty interesting. Once again, it's just shown off as a CG trailer. They tease it a little bit. But it looks pretty cool. I know it definitely has some of the staff that was involved with Evil Within 1 and 2. Which I know 2 was like definitely received a lot better.
Yeah. I'm also glad, and I'm very happy for this team. They're working on something new instead of just another Evil Within.
Yeah. Although the main thing that kind of...
Oh boy.
God, it's so hilarious, man. God, she just took over. Like, if Keanu Reeves wasn't enough for you this E3 for like some of the icons that happen on the conferences, oh my God, Ikumi Nakamura just she went on the stage for like 5 minutes and just stole everybody's heart.
Literally, she was just like posing in the middle of the presentation, and that got memed to death. And holy shit.
God, I didn't even know she worked on Okami beforehand. Like, she actually did quite a bit of stuff.
Oh yeah, like she goes all the way back, especially during the days of Clover Studios.
Yeah, I was just like, oh my God. So it's just this thing where it's like, thank you for your work. I just didn't know your name, I was like, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for your existence, because oh my God, that DNA runs deep. But yeah, that's fantastic. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. But yeah, she just... a lot of memes, a lot of good fan art. It was all very wholesome. It was hilarious seeing her account go from like 700 followers to now I think like being in like the 90K, 96,000 followers on Twitter.
That's insane, dude.
She blew up. Like absolutely just like oh my god. She took E3.
Yeah, she did it. Congrats to her. Wait,
No.
hopefully, like, this game is pretty good.
Yeah, definitely looks like it has a almost like I guess the theme of it like she was saying where it's you kind of have to I guess it's kind of threading that line between like paranormal and what is normal. So it seems like the world might be like shifting in and out, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to have some horror elements to it, but I wonder how you're going to traverse and explore. Again, I really wish we saw some gameplay. But it looks kind of cool how it's switching between certain perspectives like in and out there. So hopefully it's cool. Definitely looks like it has a bit of a mystery twist to it, so looking forward to it.
Yep.
But that's definitely the only thing because man, that was the only good surprise for me because the other thing was all I wanted to see and they confirmed beforehand, and that's just Doom Eternal, baby.
Doing
Oh my god,
Eternal.
launches November 22nd. I remember when I saw that release date, I wasn't giddy, I wasn't happy. I felt like I had a mental breakdown because everything is coming out in November and I'm about to lose my mind.
Yeah, later.
People who don't know, Death Stranding is coming out in November.
Mm-hmm.
Big Hideo Kojima game. Pokemon Sword and Shield comes out in November. Doom Eternal comes out a few days afterwards in November. Like, I can't believe. I don't know. And, like, out of all three, the one that I'm absolutely refusing to not play right away, or the one that I refuse to not budge on and play right away, rather, is Doom Eternal. Because, like I mentioned before when I was talking about, like, my week, like, I won't find this experience or this thrill, this rush, anywhere else. There is no other game that quite fits that mold, man. Like, it's so raw and so aggressive, and you really gotta think fast. It really feels like no other game I've played. At least when I'm talking about 2016. And this game looks like it's better in every way, almost.
Yeah,
It's nuts.
yeah. I could definitely see from the bits of footage I was able to catch when I got home. Is it definitely looks a lot improved and definitely up to my speed, right compared to Dune 2016.
Yeah. Which, granted, that's the thing. It's like, for me, I only had the perspective of playing 2016. I thought it was great. But, God, I still definitely, I definitely saw places where it could have been improved. So, I can't say it was flawless either. But I think, like, it nailed it for, like, a reboot, considering it could have been much worse. Because I know they had to, like, rework that game quite a bit until they got to Doom 2016. But, yeah, this one just looks like it knows exactly what it wants to do. You definitely got way more options. You're literally going heaven and hell. Like, it looks insane. It looks absolutely incredible. I can't freaking wait. They showed off. God, that was the other thing too. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
so many CG trailers. So many CG trailers before I saw this gameplay. And it was like, I think I saw somebody like put like a GIF on Twitter. It's just like, it's literally just dousing someone with like a bucket of water in their face. Man's been out on the desert. And then Doom Eternal just shows off like, I think about 10 minutes total of like gameplay footage, just raw. Like they showed it, and it's like, hey, do you guys want to see some more? And they were just screaming, freaking out. And that was the only warranted screams, by the way, because Bethesda's conference was a freaking joke with those. I don't know who got paid. Somebody was losing their shit with Elder Scrolls Online.
Oh, dude. The only like theory I can make is that like obviously everyone else is saying this dude probably got paid. For me, my theory is that dude got shit faced with a lot of booze.
Like something was up, man. That was nuts. I was like, please.
I probably bet like he got like free drinks for the night.
Pretty much. But no, just looking forward to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I can't believe after this, yeah, that's two things from Bethesda's conference. That's it.
Yeah.
I would not recommend watching it.
One thing I will point out is I love how for the pre-order stuff, we get a certain enemy that gets trumpets. So we are officially Doot Eternal.
Yeah, I can't believe they capitalized on the Doot meme. Oh my god. They really did it. God, that's great. But no, aside from that, honestly, everything else on Bethesda's conference was pretty cursed. They had mobile games up. Uh, they were proudly announcing Elder Scrolls Blaze on the Switch. Commander Keen was sent out to die.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. This, oh boy. The one thing I will say that kind of ticked me off just really quick before we move on is just, man, Todd Howard and everybody like with Fallout 76, like, for one, I can't believe they're trying to double dip and like save the sinking ship and like, hey, we've added NPCs. What a revolutionary freaking concept, man.
And don't forget Battle Royale.
Oh yeah, that's what everybody wanted. Why don't you fix your game first? Just add more. Just add more. It'll make the bugs and all your trash go away, you guys.
Just because, Marcos. I want them to
We'll
play
just
my game.
we'll just laugh it off. We'll just acknowledge that we got some feedback that wasn't positive. And that's all we have to do. We just gotta acknowledge that it's there, laugh it off at the conference floor. Fuck you guys, you know? It just, ooh, I love you, id Software. Todd Howard, you can just go kick rocks, buddy. I'm really not liking your sass. 16 times the disappointment. Next.
Yep.
Speaking of disappointment.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, boy.
And I can't believe it. And I had a feeling that this is coming. So, there was the PC Games Conference that happens every year, right?
Yep.
The thing that made everyone scared is that you saw the Epic logo.
Mm-hmm. PC Gaming presented by Epic Games. Now available exclusively on the Epic Games Store.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Jesus. So, you know what? I'll just rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, but the last thing I was just gonna say was just like, man, the contrast from going like, man, nobody watches PC Gaming Conference like a few years ago to now being like, man, Death's Row is really coming. Man, the apocalypse is real close for PC gaming. Like, oh my god. But yeah, go. If you wanted to like bring it up,
So
I could too. But
all right. So during the conference, you see Yu Suzuki, the man behind many games. Basically, he used to be the Miyamoto of Sega back in the day.
yeah,
But,
Virtua Fighter, like Sega legend, like he did not. There was an amazing video. I just have to mention it really quick because it's actually really well tied to this. Shoutouts to Super Eyepatch Wolf. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. He mainly focuses on anime at times, but sometimes he does a lot of gaming centered videos. Over the week, he actually uploaded a very good, informative video on, well, what he calls the curse of Shenmue in his video.
yes.
And it's a fantastic video detailing the history of the game. It was like nothing else at the time, but, you know, due to circumstances, and it was supposed to be the savior, but it just didn't come out. And by the time PS2 rolled around, like, you know, like we can get into the history, but I won't give you all the details here. It's a great breakdown of the series, even if you've never played a game. Why it was so important, the history with Yu Suzuki, and why he was so great, and why they put so much money and faith in him, despite what ended up happening as the end result. You know, it's fantastic. I'll definitely leave that as a card or like annotation in the video. Please go watch it. Eyepatch Wolf does some of the best work. Like, honestly, when I plan on making videos and like talking about games or things that I'm passionate about, his layout is like one of my biggest inspirations because he makes it super personal and it just really talks from the heart. I always love people who do that, so it's great. But yeah, go ahead.
So Yu Suzuki, obviously most famous for the Shenmue series, came up to the stage, and we're probably going to expect some Shenmue 3 news, right? So he showed the gameplay trailer. And then at the end, it was coming out for the Epic Games Store, which pissed off mainly PC gamers.
Yeah, rightfully so, because this has been happening all year.
Yeah.
Borderlands 3 being one of the biggest ones that people can't stand. It just keeps happening. And like, I get it, Epic Games Store, like, you know, they're saying like, oh, we're trying to do this so that Steam and Valve gets better, but God, like, in this like little petty like squabble, you know, and it's like, I get it, developers should be getting more of the cut, but customers are the ones that are like, sent to just like be the casualty of all this crap,
Mm-hmm.
They can't just have it all in one place anymore because now some of these things feel like they're being held hostage on a platform that's worse, has less features. I don't even think it has the cart yet. You still have to buy things one by one because there is no a la carte. Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, and shouts to Pad where he got the news of trying to buy multiple things and then uh try to contact customer service and thought he was doing fraud.
Yeah,
And that was during a sale they were doing.
during a sale where you'd want to buy more than one thing. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's just, listen, it's not just blind hate. It's not just because it's not coming to Steam. It's because it is going to a worse platform that nobody wants to use. You know?
Yeah.
It's just, if they get their shit together and make it a decent platform, then the hate wouldn't be so bad. But it is justified right now because it is rushed, sloppy, and the interface is devoid of many established features in other launchers or like digital stores. It's laughable.
Yeah. And it doesn't help that like I have both Steam and GOG and I don't want like another launcher.
Yeah.
Thankfully, like I'm still gonna able to play this game on my PS4, but I will give my huge condolences to all of you PC players out there who were looking forward to this
Yeah,
game.
because the other thing too is that this was Kickstarter partially,
Ye-
to see if there was like interest and like get a publisher.
yeah.
Oh man, like I know it's like a big whole thing where it's like people really want their refunds if they can't get it on the platform that they promised, and it's always this Kickstarter thing that always sucks to see because man,
Yeah.
it's just it's just shitty, and they just like they outright denied refunds, it's like I don't know if a lawsuit is like possible. I'm not a legal guy. I don't know how like, how likely it is that, it'll be in their favor or not, but if somebody does a lawsuit, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's pretty fucked to like take someone's money like that and then change it after the fact. If you're not going to give them what you promised, either give them a refund. I don't know, man. Give them a refund or give them what you have, like something. You got to give them something if they prefer to not. Like, I don't know, man. Just like, why do they got to put up with your bullshit? That's not what they signed up for. Like, it's just so it's so underhanded to me, man. Like, you're just betraying several people at once and they don't even feel a thing when they do it.
Yeah.
And the thing that gets me too, like, sorry, in the quote here, because I gotta like pin it down too, because they even say, in looking for the most enjoyable experience on PC, it was decided together with Deep Silver after much discussion that the Epic Games Store would be the best distribution platform option. What a load of garbage. That's not even remotely true because, as I stated, it has woefully under par features for an online store. Best experience for your pocket, my ass. That's the real shit. Stop lying to people like this.
Yeah.
It is the worst experience on PC with that launcher.
And here's the frustrating thing is that from someone who is like a huge fan of the series, is just like you mentioned before with this Super iPad 12 video, is that no matter how much I love the series, this series will be cursed forever.
Yeah, and stuff like this doesn't help.
Yeah, like it's a repeat of what happened with Shenmue 2 when I think about it. Because keep in mind is that when Shenmue 2 came out, Europe and Japan got on the Dreamcast. Well, for us, we only got it on Xbox.
Yep. Gosh, that
That's
was like the biggest like death sentence, and God, when I saw that thing coming to Xbox, I was like, well, that ship has sailed.
yeah. I mean, like I'm still gonna like check it out. Thankfully, I have a PS4, but goddamn. I will try to give like my impressions and definitely like my whole thoughts like in a future podcast episode when this thing comes out, because holy crap.
Pretty much, it's just a shame it had to go this way.
Yeah,
It's like I wish I was trying to pick everything I was like positive, but this thing genuinely sucks so much for so many people. Granted, I haven't played a single Shenmue game. I just have to say outright. But I still feel for these people, man. They've been waiting years for this thing, and now they're getting screwed up near the finish line. They're still getting screwed near the end of what they've waited years for. It's so messed up.
Yep.
Gosh.
I'm not sure like what of how they're going to like a response to this since they did say about that. But
Yeah.
I just hope they have something figured out because god damn.
Yeah. It's not a good look right now. You don't need this negativity for this game that it just
Yeah,
doesn't need it. It was one of those games where ET 2015 was a magical time, man.
I know, and that's the thing is that like it frustrates me like personally as a Shenmue fan. Like,
Yeah, like you had all the goodwill, all of it,
oh man.
all the loyal fans, and you're just spitting in the face. Like it's just the more I think about it, the more it just really bugs me.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah. Anyways,
But yeah,
what's on the next news besides that?
yeah, I don't really have a good segue for this one. It's like so just such a bummer. But
Oh, this one.
uh yeah, this one looks pretty cool. I don't think I was there when it was announced. I believe it wasn't at PC Gaming, was it? Was it somewhere else where they announced this?
I think it was either PC Gaming or I believe on Twitter. All I know is that I saw it on Twitter from HD Kieran.
Yeah, same. That's where I saw it too. Um
Mm-hmm.
but it looks really cool. They just had a short trailer. I forgot to mention it though. Yeah, so classic Japanese RPG inspired Chris Tales announced for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Which Chris Tales is like sort of a play on words a little bit with Crystal,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of the setup and like the name for this is pretty great.
Yeah.
It's like I'm reading this when I was here. It's like Crispell must embark across Crystallis and the Four Kingdoms. And if it to stop, I don't know, man. Like Crystal is like very ingrained into the whole thing.
Dude, what fucks me up is that Chris Bell sounds like Crossbell.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, overall, just the art style looks gorgeous. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely on my radar. Just like you guys know me, I love JRPGs, and this is like labeling itself as a throwback to old school JRPGs. I'm super down.
Mm-hmm. And they also released a demo that you can play right now on the Steam store, which I did had a chance to play before recording.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw about that too, and I want to check it out, but yeah, I haven't had the time yet.
Yeah, so the only quick impressions I can give is that I love the art style. I love how everything is presented similar like in Paper Mario, like when you go exploring around the towns and the field.
Yeah.
The only thing that definitely needs improving is the combat. The combat is way too slow and very shoddy.
Hmm. Like in terms of like the animations, or
It's both the animation and it's trying to do the similar thing with the Mario RPGs where you hit a button in order to get like an extra hit.
oh,
That
so there's action commands.
yeah, there is actions commands like that where you know how Mario RPG where you just like do an attack, press a button, and then you
Yeah,
get like, another hit.
yeah, action commands. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, the problem with that is it feels very sluggish, especially input wise.
Oof, that's unfortunate. I hope they got some good feedback from that then.
Yeah, it's a good thing they put out a demo right now rather than put out the trailer and then hopefully this game receives good reviews.
Yeah, it's smart though that there's a demo. I hope they definitely improve and maybe like show it off later at some point. But yeah, I mean, it looks promising. I love a lot of things about it. It's just we're gonna have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm. And I also did enjoy it with some of the voice acting, especially Kira Buckland is also part of this project.
Oh man, I really got to check out that demo now. That's like that is the fastest way to sell me. Is just like is Kira in it? I
Well,
love her so much.
that's the thing she will say is that she will just voice in everything until she does.
Yeah, she's great. But no, that's cool. Yeah, it's not coming out till next year, but really keep it on your radar. It looks super promising. If they can just nail some of that combat and like the feedback that it rightfully needs, because if you're gonna do
Mm-hmm.
time button presses or anything else that makes it more effective, you gotta nail that.
Mm-hmm.
If you make it traditional turn based, it's a little more safe, but if you're gonna try to go that way, yeah, you got to make sure you're on point with that. So
Yeah.
no doubt it'll get fixed by then, but
Mm-hmm.
here's hoping.
Yeah. And like I said, like when you get a chance to play the demo, I will tease is that there is a boss character that kind of looks like a certain Zero from a Yokotaro series.
Oh my god. Oh, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me right now?
It's called the fan bait.
Damn it. That's good bait. That's real good bait. You know me so well.
Alright, so what's next?
So next up is Ubisoft. Oh, but this does remind me. I didn't put them on the list because they're so brief, but it was pretty cool waking up to some awesome news for some JRPGs. So before any of the conferences started on the next day, it was nice waking up to just some news. Like, that's the beauty of E3. Sometimes it's that you just wake up to other news that's like happening on the show floor or in an interview or a press release somewhere from another company that might not have a dedicated conference. So two that are pretty cool is first off, Persona 5 Royal got a new trailer, or rather got the first trailer for the Royal coming to the West next year, because we got it slightly later than Japan by a few months. I guess that's what I count as slightly. Anyway, I was surprised to see that it was fully dubbed. It was like the first, like, there was nothing new. It was just the first reveal trailer for Persona 5 The Royal. But just with English dubbed. Same cast is back. Looks great. Definitely some of the newer people got, revealed for the voice cast that was there in that trailer. But it was just cool to see that, they actually have that dubbing process already happening so early, because I'm not used to that. I'm used to seeing that happen like 3 months before release, not like 7 or 8 months in advance. That was kind of weird. But that was cool. The other major one is, oh my goodness. Trails of Cold Steel 3 got a release date trailer, and it's September 27.
Oh my freaking god.
September 27. Code Vein September 27.
And there's also another game that we'll talk about later on the news talk. It's also on September 27.
Yeah. Oh my god. September 20 as well. God, it's just, September is gonna be nuts, man.
Yeah.
I have the saving grace where I'm not getting Code Vein day one. I know you as well.
Oh yeah.
But I also have the saving grace of not being caught up. So Cold Steel 3, I'll get it day one, but just not touch it for a few months. Oh my god.
I will put in like a few things for Cold Steel 3 is that we got like release date, and thanks to the RPG site, they definitely got like a first impressions. They had like a demo in Nisa's like a E3 booth.
And, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, what's up?
With I forgot like who it was, RPG side, like that did the demo, but they said is that they actually came up feeling satisfied with the localization,
nice,
which is a good sign actually. Obviously, like things will be changed, definitely at the final build, but they came out very excited.
Yeah, no, thank God, because I know they got some help with I think some extra like freelancers that used to work on
on the Tale series.
Or no, over like on Xseed, they I think some of them were working like, or at least helping with localization in some ways. With this one. So yeah, I'm hoping it'll turn out good. I had a little more faith because I know people are worried about like after Issei and all these other things. It definitely leaves me more hopeful knowing that some of the staff is there and like helping out with that. So
yeah,
I think it'll turn out fine.
Yeah, same here. Like ever since like they quickly reveal the staff for the localization process, we're pretty much in good hands.
Yeah. So that's that was just cool to me. Just like I literally woke up to that news on Twitter and I was like, oh cool. It's just like it's nice to have some of that awesome news that you've been waiting for. Especially with that release date for Cold Steel 3. I'm excited, but there's no one going to be caught up by then, so I'm just enjoying the ride for now, not trying to rush it, because trying to rush to September for so many games, it's going to be terrible.
Yeah, especially before the RPG, that's oof.
Yeah, no. That's a bad habit. I'm just like, I'll get it when I get it. Well, I'm going to get it day one to support, because I'm not going to lie, I might be getting the special edition, because I'm just like, I'm so biased. When it comes to Falcom Special Editions, I'm like, listen, I might splurge. Oh, God. But, yeah. So, looking forward to that when that comes out. But, now we just go over to Ubisoft, which I actually did not see
I did.
Uh,
I did have it as background noise for that conference.
oh, I think I saw it a little bit while I was on the bus commuting to. I was on my way to a meeting I had to go to at work, which was actually more briefer than I thought, to the point where I could like tune into Square Enix's conference later that night.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, not much to talk about with Ubisoft, sadly. Apparently, it was pretty lackluster.
Mm-hmm.
So
And the only other thing that came out of Ubisoft was a dog in the middle of the stage, looking very confused.
yeah. Oh my god, that dog looked like it was just like, man, I'm so bored.
It's like, man, where the fuck am I?
Guys, where are the video games at? This is embarrassing. But speaking of dogs, so the first thing they announced, which looks pretty cool. Definitely not gonna get it just because I'm not into Ubisoft open world games.
Mm-hmm.
I've just never liked the design of it. It's too overwhelming for me, and it's like honestly not interesting.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying it's a bad game though, just not for me. Watch Dogs Legion launches March 6th, 2020 for PS4, Xbox One, PC, and Stadia. Last one's important. But no, yeah, good luck coming out this close to Cyberpunk 2077. Good luck.
Yep.
I mean, not much to talk about here,
Mm-hmm.
unless if you wanted to take it.
Yeah, I'll sure take this one since I did saw a brief of it while I was, cleaning my room. So
Yeah.
it's pretty much like sort of a sequel to Watch Dogs, but not really. The cool thing about it is that it features multiple characters instead of just your generic protagonist from the first game.
Yeah.
The best character that everyone fall in love is the fucking granny.
Killer spy hacker granny.
Yes.
Oh my god. That was a trip.
Like everyone was like, was just like cheering for Granny, dude. Holy
Pretty
crap.
much.
Yeah. They show up, other creative characters. Basically, like, it seems like an improved game from the first one. I only played like the first one for a little bit, wasn't into it, but I do know that people like Shirion is like super hyped for this game.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like I know it's not for me. I'm probably not gonna get it personally. But for everyone else that's looking into it, it definitely looked like the more out of all things that were shown at the conference, they definitely started off strong with this one because it looks like a neat idea.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they're saying that they're all fully voiced and they all have their own story and background. I think they just said they have like almost like a prequel or like introductory, almost like a mission that kind of shows off the character.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's gonna be like a complete full blown story for each character. That'd be nuts. There's no way they could do that.
Oh yeah,
But
I do know is that they did show a lot of gameplay for this.
yeah, that was a great thing too. It was just like once again nice to just see gameplay footage and showing the game off properly. I'm a little cautious when it comes to Ubisoft because sometimes they really do try to oversell on the graphics and presentation. Ubisoft downgrades are pretty notorious, so I was like, okay, I'm appreciating the gameplay, but I'll have to see. I always take them with a grain of salt. But it looked pretty cool. It still has the hacking gimmick to it and everything, so it looks neat. Definitely interesting to have the NPCs be the stars of the show in a way. It's like non-playable characters being playable.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's like you have like an entire task force, and here she is, the star of the show.
Yeah, because we're watching the trailer right now. Oh my god.
Yeah, the retired assassin, aka this granny's gonna fuck you up.
She's so slow. I love it.
I know, fucking. Yeah, I'm probably going to bet is that when this game comes out, we're going to be seeing endless memes of this granny.
Oh yeah. But no, it looks like it'll be fun. So I'm not looking forward to it myself, just because I know it's not for me. Yeah. But I hope everyone else has fun with it.
Yeah,
my god.
I'm looking forward to all your granny memes and gameplay.
Send good memes for Watch Dogs Legion.
Give us all the grades.
But yeah, it's looking pretty cool. The only other thing, Ubisoft was weird, man. It was like the start and end were like the only two notable things.
Yeah, pretty bitch.
I don't know. I mean, Just Dance is happening on the Wii, which Man, let me just say this. People who are like me and like, oh, I can't believe it's coming out on the Wii. Uh, there is actually a reason that people, somebody mentioned on Twitter,
Hmm.
where it's actually because of medical hospitals or like, any clinics that like treat patients. Uh, they might not be able to afford the most expensive, like gaming console stuff, but Wii's are pretty accessible. They're pretty popular back in the day. And it seems like Just Dance was a way for them to kind of be able to. It was like a good incentive, almost like back in the day when like you'd see like DDR being used as like an incentive for like fitness, or sometimes like you would see like in recreational centers you'd see a DDR machine, or like maybe even a gym might have one or something would have it, like because it kind of promoted this very niche audience,
Yeah.
of like trying to get fit and stuff. But in a way with this, it kind of helps with like motion and just trying to get moving up, and like if you might be a little bit disabled, or might be going through recovery, it actually some of them actually use it to help clients, or rather not clients, what am I trying to say? I'm blanking on
Patience.
the word. Patience. Wow, why was I blanking on patience, dude? That is so cursed. It's like, thank you. I can't believe, like, it's so common, right? But wow, my brain just shut down there. But yeah, patience. They sometimes use the game to kind of help with that. So I thought that was really interesting because it looked like a funny meme. I was like, wow, this thing is still putting on the Wii, but it's kind of cool how they use that for some medical reasons, or just kind of for health, recovery, which is neat. I had no idea. So
Hmm.
that was a neat little bit of info, but. Yeah, Ubisoft announces Storybook adventure game Gods and Monsters for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, PC, and once again Stadia. It'll never go away. Um, but yeah, this was just briefly teased at the end of Ubisoft's conference. It was very brief too. I think it was like a minute, if even.
Yeah, and
Um,
I think it was either a minute or 50 seconds.
yeah, it was not much. Apparently, it's from the creators of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I do love the cel shaded art style. It looks really cool.
Yeah, and I do really dig the art style, and I like how it looks like it's like a mix of like Breath of the Wild and Kid Icarus.
Yeah. And I'm definitely more on board with this than most Ubisoft games, because I've noticed whenever Ubisoft gets a little bit artsy with it, I tend to like it a bit more.
Oh
Like I
yeah,
remember loving Child of Light or like Rayman Legends. Like when they use that engine, God, I wish they'd use it again. They made some fantastic games in that thing,
I
but
know. Like I remember, like I wanted to make like at least a Prince of Persia game with that engine.
yeah, and like who knows, maybe they might still use it in the future or do something. But I definitely do like when they get a little more creative with this stuff, and this one looks like it has potential. It seems like it's kind of more like a almost like Greek lore mixed with just other gods and like monsters, and you got to like take them down, but we'd have to see more of where the the combat and everything is going to go, but I don't think they even described if it's going to be open world or not, at least from what I'm looking at here. So
I
we
think
just have to see more.
yeah, and I think this might be possibly open world, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's just we got to see more gameplay. It was just a very short tease. It looks pretty cool. It might be up my alley, but it's too early to tell.
Oh wait, actually, they discovered yeah, it is open world.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I'll have to see. I still just have to see more gameplay. Gotta see that loop. Okay, but now let me look at the time. Okay, we're at like the 2 hour mark. This is where I'm gonna let's just get comfortable, everybody.
Yep.
Alright, so Ubisoft's conference was pretty alright, but then Square Enix happens. And I got to see that live, and oh boy. If we're gonna listen, I won't spoil anything else that happens like afterwards. Well, granted, it's E3, who cares about spoilers? But listen, not to rain on anyone else's parade. I like Nintendo obviously killed E3, like did a great job. But I completely agree with Vex. Like, we keep mentioning her, but my God, it's scary how much I agree with her on so many things. And while Nintendo did a fantastic job, I cannot deny that Final Fantasy VII Remake was absolutely the show. Oh my God, just like the game of E3 for me. is this remake. I can't believe I went from being like cautiously optimistic, because it's been like 4 years since they like teased anything until like I think the state of play a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then they finally showed off more stuff, but it's been 4 years since they revealed anything on this game, aside from maybe like a screenshot here or there. And then they just blow out the information this year at E3. And I've never been more sold on a game than the gameplay demonstration that they showed off with the boss fight and breaking down the combat mechanics. It looks phenomenal. Like, it looks phenomenal, but it looks like it plays phenomenal. And I've heard nothing but positive things. Oh my god. Like, it's just... They opened with this, by the way, for anybody who, like, didn't get to see it live. They literally opened with their strongest card. They opened with the Final Fantasy VII Remake demonstration. And it just looks great. They showed off Tifa, which everybody was freaking out. She looks great. I love her. I've loved her since day one. Like, Tifa is literally the Spike Spiegel meme of, man, I love a girl that can kick my ass. That's Tifa. 100%.
Yep, and and I remember, like, when I saw that, I'm like, yay! Everyone doesn't have to start from blue balls again.
Yeah, because she was teased. They even teased it in demonstration. I heard the audience screaming. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
People really want it. I was like, this is great.
Yeah. I will say is that I do really dig the new design. They pretty much like gave her like cool new stuff that because I know that people will worry about her design, but for me, I love it personally. Like,
I think she looks perfect,
dude. Literally, she looks like someone she will fuck you up.
Yeah. Gave her some thigh highs. She's looking nice. She's looking real nice.
Well, she even got like we like gym shorts.
No, and I mean, it's not even just like, you know, it's several layers. You know, people freaking out being.
Oh yeah.
Shoutouts to Super Butter Buns. I actually saw her reactions to E3. She had like a little highlight reel almost on her channel.
Mm-hmm.
I might link it if people just want a good laugh. She's a fantastic YouTuber. But I was laughing earlier today when they showed off Tifa, and the first thing she screamed was, "She's got titties!" I was just like, yo, that's fucking raw. That's so raw. Man. But listen, as much as I can't deny, it's like she looking nice. But, you know, just it's also the fact that, like, throughout the game, she's actually written really well. And it gives me more confidence. It got me more excited to see her and like the rest of the cast in this demonstration, because if you watch the full demonstration in the conference, which if you guys have not by some chance seen everything, please go and watch the entire conference demonstration for Final Fantasy VII Remake, because the banter alone gives me more hope and more excitement than the previous showings for this game. Like, when I say I've been sold, it's not just from finally seeing the combat and seeing how improved it's been over, like, you know, the years that they've been quiet. It's also how faithful it's looking, even in the banter and quips in between the boss fights, and how these characters are reacting. Because over the years, people have had this this worry of how Cloud and like these characters are going to be portrayed after, you know, they've been away from it for so long. You know, like, you got all these like other extended universe things like Advent Children and Crisis Core and all these other different voice actors and portrayals, you know. And Cloud always got the stigma of being like, you know, slightly emotionless and like apathetic for most of those. And it's like, I get that, but that's definitely not the Cloud that I remember from when I played Final Fantasy VII, you know, years ago.
Yeah, I definitely like remember.
It's nice to see them be this faithful. Yeah. So it's really great to see how they bounce off each other, and everything just looks like what I remember playing years ago. It looks phenomenal. You know, just in terms of like the love letter and how good it plays and the combat mechanics. Like, I love how it's this combination of active, you know, action, straight up action game combat. You know, it's very fast and loose. But then when you get a bar of ATB, which they explained in the breakdown, you can choose to either use shortcuts or hotkeys, you know, to do those on the fly immediately, or time will also slow down and you can freely choose, you know, just like an old turn-based game. When you have those, you can cast magic, use an item, or, you know, switch partners on the fly. It looks like it's simple, and yet it somehow has a lot of depth.
Yeah,
Like they found that perfect balance of just like, I can see some real strategies with this working out perfectly.
yeah, and I can imagine like that thing will be very useful, especially like if you're feeling like, very pressured on some certain fights.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna help, and it's great because it lets you choose. You can either go for shortcuts, or you can just pick. If you want the passive mode where it waits and lets you pick one, because it's definitely gonna get really hectic. With you switching partners and trying to get your bearings straight, it might honestly be a better way for you if it seems overwhelming. Just have that freedom and let you pick when you want to go, pick what the best choice is. Because there's even in the first boss fight demonstration that they showed off, which looks like a final boss now. They've expanded that thing so much where that literally looks like final boss tier stuff with those explosions and columns breaking and everything. It looks nuts. It
Yeah,
looks phenomenal.
I love how like during that part I was like yelling, hit the tail when it's raised up."
Yeah. Oh, you gotta love that infamous localization error. God. I still remember. I was like, wait, what do you mean? I was so lost and I got screwed because of it. That was great.
Mm.
But yeah, no, it's like there's even like weak points on the boss too, so you gotta like, be careful of that stuff. One of my favorite parts of the demonstration though was when the laser was about to happen
Mm-hmm.
and Cloud got behind a whole bunch of rubble or like, some like torn down debris from the collapsed ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And he hid behind there, and then the player switched to Barret. And
Yes.
because the boss was focusing on Cloud, it was still attacking the debris. So then he switched to Barret and just got off some free shots. And I'm like, that's brilliant.
I'm like, man,
Automatically, you would think it just focus on whatever the players like focus on, but the fact that it remembers and it's actually player specific means that there's some depth there. You can switch and get your priorities straight and potentially get more opportunities.
I'm like, dude, like I'm so happy that they did this because there's been like so many games where you have a similar situation like that and it never works that way.
Yeah, you
Holy,
usually expect to just go for you no matter who you pick.
yeah, like that part really sold me on this game's combat.
Yeah, like that boss fight is just raw. Like they cut it a little bit because it was pretty long, but they still showed you the majority of that boss fight, and it's just multiple phases. It looks like an event now, and not just like a short boss fight from the original game. It's nuts, and that's the core of this too. Is that they also announced that it's gonna be part one. It's still gonna be in separate parts.
Mm-hmm.
But they also mentioned that the first part is gonna be on 2 Blu-ray discs.
Dude, this
Blu-rays can hold over 100 gigs, by the way. The fact that they filled one out is madness.
Mm.
Like, oh my god, I don't know. And the other thing too that they confirmed is that it's all Midgar. Part 1 is all Midgar, and I'm excited. Like, after seeing how faithful this is, I'm not even worried about the new stuff they're gonna add. I'm eagerly looking forward to seeing what they're gonna expand and add to Midgar, because it is still one of the most interesting and yet weirdly like confusing experiences in my life of playing JRPGs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's the weirdest introduction to a JRPG I can think of, where it's like it feels like it could have been the game. It feels like just that setting could have had way more into it, even when I played it years ago. And they're finally doing it, but that feeling of like finally getting to that open world map was like ridiculous. Because it felt like I played a game. It felt like I already finished a game. Granted, JRPGs are much longer than, leaving Midgar, but you already felt kind of satisfied in like that small arc in just that one town. And yet other places are kind of more like a tourist attraction. But it's such a strong opening, and to see that be expanded even more and make it feel even more realized, oh my god, I kind of want to see it more than the other towns. And maybe that's just me, but those beginning hours were something else.
Yeah, I'm actually like pretty excited to see what they can expand on. Especially Midgar was very notoriously being very short.
Yeah, like it's short, but I don't know, for some reason, like for me, it still left an impact more than most other towns. So God, I just have to say, maybe it's just because it is where you start, so that's where, more your memories might be by nature. But yeah, we'll have to see. It's God, it's gonna be nuts. And I know they've added a few things, a few interesting things actually, because once again, another video that I saw, and I'm gonna recommend this one, and it's not just to play for the heck of it. This one's actually pretty important. So, well, actually, two. I'll explain the first one, but shoutouts to Maximilian, dude. He's like my biggest inspiration to start streaming years ago. Uh, Dude's practically a freaking role model for how I would love to live my life. he's he's great, fantastic. If you haven't seen him yet, he mainly focuses on fighting games, but Final Fantasy VII, he's gone on record to say it's his favorite game of all time. So I still remember seeing that initial reaction in 2015 and seeing that man's smile on his face. It was infectious. Like, I couldn't help but be happy for him, even though I wasn't like the biggest fan of 7. Because I played it, after its prime. After, it was this big deal. I never got to experience that.
Mm-hmm.
I was just too young at the time to really appreciate it, so I never got to play it until years after the fact.
Yeah.
And it makes me even more excited that I can finally have my time, I feel like this is made for new players just as much as the old one, so me and my sister can finally get excited for Final Fantasy VII. We can finally be up there with you guys, or like, people who experience it days, like it feels like 1997 all over again. And not just as a throwback, but like Max was mentioning when he was playing it at E3, this was one of the games that people were constantly talking about. It really feels like it's the hottest new thing all over again. It's crazy. Like, it's gotten multiple awards for like game of the show.
Yeah, it's
my God.
It's crazy how like the remake is starting to get that attention again, like with the original. Because I know like with the original FF7, that was like the mecca of JRPGs.
Oh yeah. Like, still one of the biggest losses Nintendo ever took. My God, it's freaking legendary.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it looks great. But the video that I was going to mention, though, was that today, actually, Max uploaded... Well, actually, before that, I need to preface this. Yesterday, Max has been putting out a lot of videos. He... I don't know if you've... I don't know if... so, did you see, like, Max's story he was talking about with Final Fantasy VII yesterday that he uploaded?
No. Here's the thing is that I don't need to see it. I know what's going to happen. It's because like I know how much like Max loves FF7.
Well, you'd be surprised. Because that story was more personal than I ever thought, to the point where I actually kind of teared up listening to him talk about it. So, long story short, he ended up going to a closed, I guess, demonstration, that wasn't open to most of the public. Some people got to see it and some didn't. Where it showed the full opening bombing mission,
Mm-hmm.
in the remake, so it had way more cutscenes and like the structure was all different. But long story short, he thought the game was great, as apparently it was even more polished than what we just saw. So this might be like an older build, which thinking that this game looked even more polished when he saw it behind closed doors is insane. But God, I bring up that initial reaction when he really freaked out and got super happy when it was first revealed in E3 2015, because apparently he just wanted to take photos with some of the staff there after the presentation was over, and he got a photo with them, and of course, then apparently I think Kitase, which was, I think he was either the director or the producer, but
he's the producer.
Yeah, because I always get those roles mixed up, sometimes when
No worries.
when I think of that stuff. But yeah, he actually requested to take a picture with Max, I believe. And I might be getting the paraphrasing wrong. It might have been another person. But, someone on staff for the remake. Wanted to get a picture with him, and he actually mentioned that he would show that reaction video that Max made all those years ago to the staff when they were working really hard on the game and they weren't sure where to take it. he actually, oh my god, that's just so incredible to me. They actually showed Max's reaction and how happy he got when it was announced to push them forward and actually motivate them to keep going, because that's the level of excitement that they wanted fans to have. Like, I don't know, man. That really gets to me because I saw him like choke up on stream with the archive that he did. God, that's just so surreal. You know, it's his favorite game of all time, and yet that feeling of like actually affecting the game and actually affecting staff morale back in Japan, like that is wild. That is like the most dreamlike scenario I've ever heard of in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just fantastic. But I also mention it because since he got to see that behind closed doors experience, he also did a video that he uploaded today, which is in greater detail. You know, obviously he couldn't record that stuff or show footage, but he basically explained beat for beat, and as someone who's like a fan of the original game, he went into great detail about the differences and transitions or like little moments that might have been cut from like other trailers for the remake that have shown up, and you know, making sense of it and like cutting it here and there so people can kind of see like the through line, or even to the point where there are segments with like Jesse and the other people on the crew that get more fleshed out from what he saw in the opening bombing mission in the remake. It is like the most comprehensive way. It's like over 40 minutes, but he really goes into great detail to the point where like it creates a clear picture, or rather clear picture for me when it comes to seeing the structure of the game and how much they've really changed it, which is really interesting because he also went on to like explain some of the lines that have been included, and like all the, you know, the banter has been like really greatly improved and everything, and it's just, it's nice. Even hearing him like talk about all that stuff, he left even more impressed than what we saw at that demonstration, you know, which we only got to see a portion. We didn't get to see like the full opening cinematics and everything, but he said it's completely faithful, to the point where like even other characters get more fleshed out and more screen time. So it's great. It's looking even more promising than I could have ever imagined. And I can't paraphrase an entire 40-minute video, but just if you guys want to see or get to know more details about the remake and like know what happened behind those closed doors and what Max saw, definitely check out that video. It has a lot of good information that we never got to see. So I definitely recommend watching that after this if you want to know more information. But my God, I am excited. I can't believe I'm excited. It's coming out March 3rd. Again, 2020 is going to be insane.
Don't you mean March
Absolutely
303rd?
God. No, but I'm looking forward to it. Even outside of the fact that, you know, it's going to be multiple parts, yeah. I guess some people might be bummed out by that, but I'm just excited to see Midgar expanded more than anything else. Like, that is where my brain is right now. Like, those opening hours were like so strong for me back then. So I just want to see how they handle it, honestly. I'm also kind of biased because I love how when E3 was going on, Erica Limbeck also announced that she was the voice of Jessie, and apparently Max really loved Jessie, the cutscenes that she now has in the full cutscenes in like the opening that we didn't get to see. Apparently she's like actually charming now, which is great because she was very forgettable for me when I started playing that game.
Oh, dude,
almost no scenes with her.
Dude, I remember her, and y'all are starting to notice her.
No, because like I always felt like what they were trying to go for with her, like I understood, but I feel like I didn't have enough screen time.
Yeah, I understand like why people don't remember her as much until now.
Yeah,
but if
well, no, like I remember her, but I don't remember. Like, I wish I could remember her more. I wish she had more screen time. Was like the takeaway I got from her final moments. So I was just like, man, that sucks. But that's gonna make you feel even worse when I get to play the remake. Now I'm gonna like really feel for her even more, and it's actually gonna hit me. Whereas before I was like, oh, that sucks. You know, take care. But now it's gonna be like, oh God, like I might actually really like you, and please don't go. God, that's gonna suck.
Now finally, everyone will appreciate the most underrated girl in FF7.
Yeah, like I think Max in the video explained like this was like paraphrasing off of like my memories of like a few minutes ago, where he was saying like a good example of like the quips was when you when you gotta go and destroy one of the first towers, like, like set up the bomb. A good example was like, instead of going up the stairs, you could go back down and talk to Jesse. And I think Max said like somewhere along the lines of like, "Oh, you came back to talk to me instead of going up and finishing the operation. That's so sweet, but instead of talking to me, you should blow her brains instead." Which is like, a joke on like destroying the freaking tower. I was like, man, that's really clever.
Yeah.
They actually made a really fun joke on that. So it's like, that's cool. It feels like everyone actually feels cool and has like something like really, really dumb to say, but it's like, man, that's kind of corny, but I like it.
All right.
Definitely looks like it's on point. So looking forward to that game. I'm only gushing so much because it really was like, out of all the games that were revealed, oh my god, I'm so excited. I've never went from being this cautiously optimistic to being absolutely sold in one presentation. They did a phenomenal job.
Yep. Definitely not my E3 game of the year, but I will say I am interested thanks to this new footage. Like, not really like hyped, but you got my attention. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I do think I know something else that'll get your attention, though.
Oh, I wonder what it is.
Yeah. I wonder, too. I think this man knows. But moving on.
Oh my god, yes! I was the only one in chat that was like freaking out like about this announcement.
Yeah, because I don't know a thing. I've seen it before and people said it was good, but I've never played a single game in the series.
Well, let me tell you this. You already played a Saga game. And that game
Have I?
was Octopath Traveler.
Okay.
It's just...
Yeah, so just really quick before I let you go off.
Go.
Yeah, Romancing Saga 3 and Saga Scarlet Grace Ambitions coming to the West, which, yeah, they've been out for a while, but finally coming out. But alright, floor's all yours.
Alright, so it's an incredible series. Definitely, it's a spiritual successor to FF2, mainly combat-wise. It's hard to describe. It's a very interesting series that has caught my attention from the past years. Mainly, like, I played Romancing Saga and Saga Frontier on PS1, and I was one of the unfortunate people to play Unlimited Saga on PS2, which sucked ass.
God.
And recently, they were putting out these remasters of the Saga games, such as like Romancing, I believe it's Saga 1 and 2 that recently came out, and then very soon they'll be putting out a remaster of Romancing Saga 3.
Nice.
Which is pretty cool. I mean, it's coming up for everything, for like Switch, PS4, the Xbone, Windows 10, Steam, the App Store, Google Play, and Vita, for all of you Vita people right there.
Vita means life.
Yep. And then the thing I was waiting for is the Western release of Saga Scarlet Grace Ambitions. Like, I remember like this game came out a while for the Vita, and then later it had like an enhanced version that improved a lot of things. So this is definitely like a game I was waiting for, most because I love the art style. I love like how the combat is looking. But most importantly, I am looking forward to the characters. And the one character I'm looking forward to is a churro salesman named Paul.
Yeah, you're going on about this. Oh, man.
Literally, I've never been so hyped for like a character like that, thanks to his ridiculous backstory. Is that Paul, he is a churro salesman in front of this temple. The thing is that he's using those funds to build a tower towards the gods. Which is so fucking ridiculous. I need to know that lore so bad.
Man, it's kind of nuts. So I've never seen like footage of any of these games before. Yeah, it looks like straight up classic Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Like that's literally it. Oh my god.
Yeah, and what's funny is that like the first 3 games like for the series, they were under the label Final Fantasy Legends for the Game Boy.
Yeah, God, that makes sense.
Yeah,
because I know they said in the article too.
And then later on, they just like brought in the Saga game. But look at this art style, dude. Like, it's incredible.
This is for the Vita one, right? The Scarlet one.
The Scarlet one that's coming. This is actually coming out only for Switch, PS4, Steam, and your choice of either the App
Stadia.
Sadly, no Stadia. And no Vita either.
Uh,
But it's also come out for
God.
like the App Store and Google Play. But
Yeah. No, it looks great though.
mm,
God, yet another JRPG series that I'm just like, I'll get there someday.
but hey,
I don't know when. There's too many.
yeah. All you gotta know is in that trailer is that Saga never dies, Saga lives on, damn it.
God bless. Yeah, very good. Square Enix was like a lot of good little announcements there.
Yep.
Speaking of oh my god, good
Yes!
announcements.
Literally like me.
Another meme that is finally dead. Phantasy Star Online 2 was dead this E3.
Mm.
Final Fantasy 8, the meme is dead, but it lives on. Final Fantasy 8 Remastered announced for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. This, oh my god, I couldn't believe. Like, the most hilarious thing when Square Enix announced those ports for Switch and Microsoft was that announcer proudly saying Final Fantasy 7, 9, 10, and 12, or and 10 to, and then 12. And just proudly saying, it's like, aren't you missing one? I know 11's like, MMO, so obviously that's not an outlier.
Mm.
But the fact that I just proudly skipped over 8 just had me cracking up when I heard him say it like that.
Oh my god.
It was magical.
Dude, it doesn't help like on the same day. Shouts to my friend Nephris. He was like talking to me like what is it on Facebook. He was telling me that, oh, did you see the announcement? Guess what? Fuck your game.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And then when this conference came on, it literally said, this is a game, this is an announcement that every fan has been waiting for. And then BAM! It was Final Fantasy VIII, and literally like me and Vex and Shin, we were so excited.
Yeah. I wasn't though. I was just like, whatever.
Of course you are. But however, the best moment of this announcement is that I immediately texted my friend Nephris again. I sent him a shot of that announcement, and with the text that says, "Go fuck yourself." Go fuck yourself. I'm gonna celebrate this shit with some hot dogs from the Bellum Garden while listening to that amazing soundtrack.
God. No, 8, oh my god. 8 really does have a good soundtrack though.
Dude.
I've never played 8. It's just, again, it came out in that PS1 JRPG era, like, boom, where I was just like, I was too young to appreciate those JRPGs. It was too complex for me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I can get why. Like, this is a game that's definitely not for everyone. It's a very weird game to understand. But once you understand the game and know
The game.
and figure out how to break it, it's the greatest fucking thing ever.
God. Yeah, no, but it's great. If, like, anybody ever wants to see, like, look up, like, any side-by-side comparisons of this. Like, it might not look as impressive when you, like, just look at the trailer. But if you look at side-by-side comparisons with the original, it is night and day how, like, polished and cleaned up some of these models are compared to the original.
Yes, that's another...
Like, now he looks like the best man in the room, actually.
Dude, that's also another meme that died as well. Like, everyone looks good. Like, the best I can describe is that when you look at the character models, when you see the original and the remasters, it looks like the remaster version, they just pulled out straight out of like Kingdom Hearts, and now the game looks like Kingdom Hearts graphics.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. Like, it looks like it has like that slightly lesser, like, pixelated quality, like with PS1 models, but they look so touched up that there's no way this could be on PS1. Like, it looks really good.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, and if you mind scrolling up a bit, as it changes, is that, yeah, so the cool thing is that there's like battle reinforcements, which keeps HP and ATB at maximum, can be activated at any time. You can also turn on and turn off encounters. You also got,
thank God,
turbo mode, which is fucking makes it easier for me when I have to grind for certain stuff to make some amazing weapons to break the game.
Yep.
And the other thing they'll carry from the PC version is you can obtain all items, you can obtain all abilities, You can max level your GF, aka your summons. Not your girlfriend, by the way. And you can max out your gil, max out your magic, max out special skills. And the best part is, I was talking about Shin for a good 10 minutes, like, after the conference, is that we can obtain alt cards and we can properly play Triple Triad on the go without that shitty app.
Oh man, it's great. Like I said, I never got to play 8, but man, I know Triple Triad was the game within the game. Jesus fucking Christ.
That was like the killer minigame right there.
Fucking legendary. To this day, I don't think there's ever been a better like minigame in a Final Fantasy game with such renown. It's nuts.
It's ridiculous is that like they put it like on a shitty mobile app for this. But what's more impressive is that they've integrated this minigame into FF14.
Yeah. It's nuts.
Yeah.
My God.
Man,
but yeah, no, it's just huge win.
Yes.
Absolutely huge win for everybody.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Especially for PC players, like they're getting a better version because the version they have right now is the original PC version that has midis and broken controls.
Yeah. God. And this all stemmed from the fact that, granted, I'm not sure, was it confirmed that they did not have the original assets for this?
It's a very weird story that I'm not going to get into since we're keeping this brief. Problem is that
it's just, I don't know if it's a rumor or not, but yeah, maybe some of the stuff wasn't archived, so I did this. But yeah, like you said, we'll keep it moving. But yeah, if you want to say anything else to elaborate.
Nope. All I know is that I'm looking forward to playing this on the go and breaking on the go and play some Triple Triad. And well,
is looking nice.
Yes, I'm definitely gonna bring this game to my friend and just give him the middle finger while the title screen is on.
Oh my God, friend sounds like an asshole.
Well, to be fair, is that we're each other's assholes. That's how our friendship works out.
Oh my God, that's pretty good.
Oh, I know what's next. Oh no! Alright, we better make this fast because how we're doing on time.
Yeah. Yep. No. Well, definitely, now we're going lightning rounds. Alright, Marvel's Avenger was like the last thing they showed off. Launches May 15, 2020. Honestly, pretty underwhelming reveal for me. Didn't do much for me. The voice cast is great. Like, I love Laura Bailey, and like it looks like it's got some pretty talented people like Nolan North, but the best way I can sum it up is like people said, it's like, man, they just got the stunt doubles.
Yeah.
I know that was the biggest thing happening.
Yeah. For me, my thoughts is that it looks pretty okay for a licensed Marvel game.
Yeah, it'll be alright, but it definitely, like, comparing this to, like, Spider-Man PS4, it definitely wasn't nearly as, like, oh man, I got it.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm gonna love that.
Mm-hmm.
This is just like, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta see more gameplay.
Yeah.
The telling part, though, is they're saying that's like, hey man, no loot boxes or microtransactions, and I'm like, did you really have to say that unless we're making this a service game, in which case, God, I really don't want to play it. Ooh, that's not how you sell me.
Yeah. All I can say is that hopefully it turns out decent for those who are excited.
Yeah. No, I mean, I remain hopeful too. I say all this because they didn't show off nearly as much gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
They showed it all behind closed doors, which drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes what you really need to know just isn't there. But yeah, moving on. That was basically it for Square Enix's conference. Overall, solid. The remake for me was like the highlight because my God, I've never been so sold so quickly.
Yep, and
like seeing so much love and all that, it's just great.
Yeah, definitely my highlight was Stanford with Slug, and especially seeing my friend that text with that FF8 remaster announcement.
Yeah. Oh no, I know for a lot of people that remaster was a big fucking deal. I know a lot of people, like a lot of mutuals on Twitter, saying like that was the highlight of Square Enix's show for me. I was like, that's awesome.
Yeah. But mine is a little more special because I could finally be an asshole to my friend who's being an asshole for me like about this game for many years.
God. Pretty much. But yeah, then moving right along. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel details free seasonal post-launch content. I don't really need to scroll down too much,
Mm-hmm.
but they essentially it's just nice that I want to get this game eventually. I don't think I'm getting it day one just because June is going to be pretty busy with the stream schedule and plans.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just cool. They're adding in some new tracks. It seems like they're new original tracks. One is based off of those tomb levels in Crash 3 Warped,
Mm-hmm.
because it's cool. Every time, I think even the Insane Trilogy, they added free DLC after the fact that was like their own original levels. So making tracks definitely is more confident, because it's like you just got to make a track around the lap, and it'll be fun. So I'm looking forward to those. They added some new characters like Tana as well, and I think even the I forget the name of it, but the T-Rex that you can ride in Crash 3, like a little like baby dinosaur rather.
Yeah.
He's gonna be there too.
It-
But then of course the big one is that the Spyro Grand Prix is the third part of the roadmap, which I had a feeling it was gonna happen. My God, it's gonna look weird seeing Spyro driving a cart.
Hey, here's the cool thing is that we finally have the best crossover between Crash and Spyro.
Yeah, no more Spyro Orange.
Or Crash Purple.
Yo, those games are ass, bro.
Yeah, I rented the game once and oh my god, that ruined my weekend.
Yeah, I borrowed it from someone at school that had it once, and I was like, nope.
Yeah.
Played for like 10 minutes. I was like, nah, bro, I'm good.
Yeah, and also, before we go ahead, let me actually just answer my door because someone just is knocking my door for a moment.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see what's up next.
Yep. So next up is well, now we're going into Nintendo, and Smash Bros is a bit out of order, but it's fine. We'll get to it later.
Yeah, we'll get
I know
there.
the Dragon Quest was announced afterwards, but
Yeah.
we'll talk about it. It's just how they decided to do it. But yeah, now we're going into Nintendo's Direct, which was overall the best part of E3 for me. Definitely got me the most excited and happy. But that's just me. I just think it was like overall solid. I know Square Enix brought some heat. I can't deny that. But when I look at the overall package, Nintendo really killed it. But we'll start off with Luigi's Mansion 3 E3 2019 trailer.
Mm-hmm.
They gave us a lot of good details. They kind of broke down the co-op single player, like, the premise and everything. Haunted hotel. It ain't a mansion anymore. So really it should just be called Luigi's Hotel, but
Oh, you
we're neither here nor
mean
there.
like market as a sequel to Hotel Mario?
God, Hotel Mario 2 confirmed.
Yay.
Oh man. But no, it's just a really good trailer. Honestly, I've played all two. I was about to say all three, but I was like, no, not yet. But I will be playing all three by the end of this year. But it just looks really great. If you're a fan of the previous games, it's definitely something to look forward to. Now, I know my buddy Joe, I'll try to keep this brief, but I know my buddy Joe was pretty disappointed by Luigi's Mansion 2 because it went with a mission structure. So that was a game where, we kind of talked about it earlier, where it suffered from being one of those games that held your hand too much. When I was talking about our weeks, and like I really didn't like games that did that. Luigi's Mansion 2 would constantly stop you from exploring, like, because it was mission based, so you couldn't really explore the mansion, and every time you'd have to go back and talk to EGAD and have to like be told where to go and what to do next, and in some places kind of retread old ground because it was like a new mission, but everything reset in previous rooms, so it just made it a little more tedious to explore, and I can understand why some people weren't fans of it. I still enjoyed playing it casually, but I can see how, like, if you're trying to go for all the missions and everything, I can see how it would really, like, detract from the experience. I still think Luigi had, like, incredible charm in the second game, more than even the first game on GameCube. It's just weird. I get excited for these games for different reasons than, like, the traditional Mario games, because I think GameX may even have, like, the first, like, opening cutscene to this, like, fully and, like, direct feed audio and everything. There's just a whole lot of charm, man. Like, I see, like, the many shades of Luigi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're like, you see so much more expressive, like, animation and just like almost like silent comedy to all this stuff, and it's just great. The cutscenes alone really show like a different side that you're not used to. with like expanding the world and everything, and it's really cool. I'm not saying Mario has like this like deep lore, but it's incredibly charming
Mm-hmm.
with the Luigi's Mansion series. So I'm looking forward to it. It's cool that it has local co-op, so maybe when it comes out, me and my sister, can check it out together.
Yep. And speaking of which, is that uh during like this is happening, right? There was like a report going around that Luigi is officially a ladies' man. Like ladies
Yeah,
really love Luigi.
yeah. Nintendo actually mentioned that ladies actually like when Luigi has a starring role in the games, and I was like, that's awesome because my sister definitely agreed with that when I told her about it.
Yeah, no, like I saw her like a retweeting with that article.
That's great. But yeah, looking forward to it. It was actually one of the weird games at E3 or like in the direct. They were really good about giving us release dates about a lot of these games, except for this one. And this one comes out this year, but no release date on this one yet. It's very strange. It is like the only outlier out of the games that are coming out this year. So that was weird. But still looking forward to it. Hope we get a release date soon, because it'd be great if it could make it to like, the October release date. Like, come on, you gotta have Luigi's Mansion on October.
Especially for Halloween.
Yeah, it'd be really sad if it missed that. But yeah, overall, just looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely gonna check it out. But moving on,
Oh yes.
my son. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Dude, I'm super
Legend
hyped
of
for this
Zelda:
too.
Link's Awakening. God, Link's Awakening launches September 20. I just never thought this game was gonna get a remake. I thought it was gonna be my favorite Zelda game lost to time. Maybe it wasn't gonna get the love it deserved. I thought they would sooner remake Link to the Past, but then again, I guess Link Between Worlds kind of counts as a remake in a way.
Sort of, but it's more of a sequel.
Kind of, yeah. Like, no, I know. I just mean, like, I played it, but in, like, a loose sense, where it's, like, the same map and, like, redone. But, yeah, it's just, like, I'd expect, like, any other Zelda game to be remade sooner than this one, but the fact that it's this one and it's my favorite Zelda game, and it's, in some ways, it's purely because it was my first one. It's what got me into the series, but it's also just because, looking back on it even more now, this is actually one of the games I didn't know. It's again kind of going back to that thing where like you kind of don't know what makes a game so special because you don't know the people behind it when you're so young. But over the years, I discovered that Yoshiaki Koizumi, the guy who usually shows up on the Nintendo Directs and is like super charming, he's the one that always like started like snapping the finger and everything. He was also behind Mario Odyssey as well, which really had a lot of charm to it in some moments where I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting to be so attached to Cappy, and I was like, why am I so attached to this thing that's just supposed to be this like little buddy sidekick, But I actually genuinely loved him. But that's the other thing too. I didn't know that Koizumi worked a lot on the Zelda series.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times when like you'd see like any of the lore, he was actually responsible for a lot of the lore in Link to the Past for the series. As well as a lot of things in like Ocarina of Time, and even like some of the references to older games towards the end of Wind Waker. With some of like Ganon's like text and like what he says like in the final boss fight alludes to like previous games, which is like interesting like world building there that usually Miyamoto kind of shies away from. But basically what I'm trying to say is that the reason I like this game so much is that it's self-contained, but I remember all the NPCs. I get attached to the world and the characters so much more than most of the other Zelda games. And that's partially because of Koizumi's writing. He makes the world so charming and so lived in, and in some ways kind of crazy, but like, really fun, and it's super endearing, and it's my favorite for a reason, and that writing really sells it for me because I don't know. Should I really? All right, I guess I won't say anything for spoilers, but there's a reason why being attached hurts so much. Just in case people are maybe too young. But yeah, it's my favorite game, my favorite Zelda game of all time. So I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to it. The trailer looks great. They showed off a new, like, it was still the same, Link's Awakening that you know and love. But they showed off one neat part at the end where it looks like there's a dungeon creator. Now, I'm guessing it's only based off the ones that I think in the footage it showed. It only mentioned the areas that you've previously explored. Let me see if I can get to it on this trailer here. But they essentially said that it's only the ones that you've explored, like, in other dungeons. So I guess you can only do like what you've actually traversed, which is fine. I don't really mess with stuff like this, but it does lead to a bit of speculation that I've been, thinking about, as well as some other people. I think a Zelda Maker is happening. Even if you can't share these online, and you probably can't use them like too much, I think the fact that they're dipping their toes into this at all means that they're trying to make potentially a custom dungeon maker for Zelda games, at least top-down ones, and they might do that in the future. Like, maybe that's like a bit of a reach, but I feel like if they're experimenting with that stuff, it might be possible.
Yep. It's a very interesting concept that they're testing out this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah,
but Lord,
I am very excited. I do love this game, especially like as you mentioned, like the NPCs are very incredible. What I liked about this game is, one, the NPCs led me to love another game, which it was think of it as like the blueprints for this game for the Game Boy. That was a certain Prince Richard from for the Bell for the Bell the Frog for the Bell the Frog Tolls.
Yeah. This game is so weird too, right? Because as a kid playing it, I didn't understand any of the references.
Mm-hmm.
I think I understood, like, there's some weird stuff in this game, man. Because, like, the premise makes complete sense, but, like, there's some stuff here, like, I guess spoiler warning for, like, the next, like, minute, I guess, if you don't want to be spoiled on this stuff, but I feel like most people played this by now, but who knows? I never want to take that for granted, but it was nuts, because I was expecting Kirby. I don't know who that was when I was, like, 5. I knew about Goombas a little bit, like, Piranha Plants, but my god, then, like, freaking Wart shows up, like... It is the weirdest, like, who's who. Like, in the premises, like, that it's dreams, right? But, my god, as a kid, I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I didn't know these characters at all. I just thought they were enemies. I didn't think much of them, but now it just blows my mind years later.
Yeah, no, I'm still pretty blown away that, like, with Prince Richard, that was the one that no one does not know compared to the other characters.
Yeah, because that one's like
that was like Japan only, and luckily,
yeah,
like I was able to play that with a fan translation, and that game is fucking fantastic. And
God, I still gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's really a fantastic game. I remember it's getting like a special color mod. I mean, a color like ROM hack that's coming soon from the same guy that did the color ROM hacks for Super Mario Land 2.
Oh, cool! Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. Which I'm looking for, to see all those characters again, and also you can see like how some of these ideas, like from like when you get the chance to play with for the Bell the Frog Tolls, you will get a chance to see like how some of these elements got transferred to Link's Awakening.
Yeah, definitely cool to see. I can't wait to see this just come back, man. It's always a great feeling. Like, honestly, E3 this year is like very feel good, because it's just like, man, if you've been playing video games for a while, this E3 kind of makes you feel like a kid again, Like, Final Fantasy VIII Remaster comes out, 7 Remake is looking great. This is Link's Awakening Remake, man. Like, it really is just like on my heart with a bullet, man. It means so much to me. It's great to see classic games come back. But speaking of classic games coming back,
oh my god,
here we go. Y'all thought we were brief. Listen, this is somewhat brief, but man,
I'll try to make this like fast as possible.
Yes. So let me just preface and say what we're talking about. Collection of Mana now available digitally in the West. Physical edition launches August 27. Yo, shout out to that stealth drop available today. Like, we pretty much called this last week's episode when the copyright was coming out for Europe. I did not predict it was going to come out day one, or day 0 rather, on that direct. I thought it was going to come out like a week later or something. But holy crap, they really did it. that collection is finally here. It's done by M2. It's gonna be freaking great. But you get the first Seiken Densetsu game, called
Final Fantasy Adventure.
yeah. And you get Secret of Mana, and then you get Trials of Mana, which it's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool name. We'll get into the other stuff that was announced afterwards.
Yeah, I'll give it a little. But I'll give it like a little fun fact is that with Trials of Mana, that used to be called Secret of Mana 2.
Yeah. Or, in Japan, Seiken Densetsu 3, usually what people went by. But there was a fan translation years ago. I never played it because I don't know. I wanted to believe they do it at some point, but it was also just that I think I got occupied with other games at the time. So I just treated Secret of Mana as like, it's just the one game. That's it.
Yeah.
But man, it's great. It's awesome to see that we finally got this because, listen, we mentioned that last week, but yeah, the Secret of Mana remake is pretty disappointing. So this is what I really was begging for after seeing that remake, and I was just like, guys, just please give me this collection, please. Now I'm still late because I'm so busy playing other games, so I'm probably gonna get the physical when it comes out in August. I don't see myself stopping the Trail series to play this, but I'm still excited and I definitely want to support it coming to the West and buy the physical when it comes out at some point.
Yeah, and as of the day of this recording is that actually impulse buy this the time when it was announced. Yep. I can say so far is that it's definitely handled by M2. They did actually a really good job with the emulation on this.
Yeah, guys, like I said, we can't escape M2.
Yeah, M2 is pretty much like
embrace your M2 overlords.
It's pretty much like our Platinum games for this podcast. Yeah,
I don't think we've gone a single episode without mentioning them. I fucking love it, dude.
I know. At this point, M2 needs to send us T-shirts with their logo on it. So, I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy Adventure recently, and it's very fantastic. It's pretty much like how I remember. Nothing too wrong with it. And the nice thing about it is that they put the X and Y buttons as shortcuts for start and select, and they brought the awesome filters from the other collections they did, so you can make it either black and white, pea green, or the Super Game Boy filter. I did nice. I did play some of the Secret of Mana. It definitely feels like how I remember. So nothing to worry about that. And also co-op is still there, so you can still play a 3-player co-op.
Yep.
And then as for Trials of Mana, it's definitely a brand new translation. Definitely not the same translation that was used from the fan translation. What's interesting is that there is this guy named Busan on Twitter who is behind the more beefier Super Nintendo emulation. He apparently managed to extract the ROM and notices that obviously, we're not sure if this is confirmed or not, that they've ROM hacked their own game to put in the new translation, which is insane.
Oh my god. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, and what's more crazy is that, if you turn the UK language for Final Fantasy Adventure, you will get the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest version. I will give you a heads up for anyone that's listening to this that are playing the device, is that make sure you play the American version, because the UK version runs at 50 Hz.
Yep. And I recommended a video because you mentioned it in previous episodes, explaining that whole ordeal.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll put out is that we'll give a special shout out for Trials of Mana, is that it even includes, unlike the first two games, Trials of Mana includes a Spanish translation, which is amazing.
Ooh. Okay. Damn.
Yeah, so
they doing it.
For anyone that speaks Espanol, you can
yeah, but definitely God, I mean, whoever does, that'd be great. I don't even know if we have any Spanish listeners right now. But God, you can't go wrong with this collection. $40, and if you haven't played, listen, I know most of you probably haven't played Trials of Mana or Seiken Densetsu 3. You might have been like me and just been living under a rock. I doubt most people I know probably just played Secret of Mana and just called it a day.
Yeah.
So you got 2 other games to play in this series, and for $40, that's just JRPG heaven.
Yeah,
forget it.
Like I do know like the price is steep, but I can definitely say from the price when I paid for it, I'm still pretty satisfied.
Yeah.
Like you're getting like 3 amazing games with awesome like emulation taken care by M2. And what's more awesome is that like they even put a music player in the goddamn menu in case you want to listen to
Oh, that's
tracks. In
sick.
case you want to listen to tracks on the go.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and finally is that like it's overall like it's a very fantastic package, and again, kind of for someone that has played all 3 games, especially with the fan translation that was with Second Setsu 3. I'm pretty happy that I'm able to have this game in my hands along with everyone else.
Yep. It was like, thank God. Like, I've just been wanting this for so long. And the second I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I'm freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, there was some confusion before this one got released because they're thinking, Marcos, you're doing this out of order.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you doing it like this? And I did it like this because it's. Man, when I was watching the direct, I was so confused. I was like, is this a new Mana game? I was
Oh,
like, because I never played the third
yeah,
one ever. Like, I never saw like much footage of it. I was super lost.
bro,
But man,
bro,
I immediately got hyped though because it looked so up my alley when the second I saw like third person like action combat. Listen, I'm here day zero.
dude. When I saw that, I'm like, I was freaking the fuck out, being like, we finally have something that's way better than the Secret of Mana remake.
Yep, Seiken Densetsu 3 remake Trials of Mana announced for PS4, Switch, and PC. It is coming out early 2020, guys. Oh my god. I went from not knowing what this game was, from not having played the third one in any capacity, to now being like, I need this game right now. I need it immediately. I am so excited for this game because it is so up my alley.
Dude,
It freaking hurts.
this right here, like, well, like your E3 game is the FF7 remake. My E3 game definitely goes into the remake of Trials of Mana.
Oh, I don't blame you. Honestly, I was thinking like, shoot, this is pretty close. It's definitely in my top 5, no question.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if people want to really see it. There was actually footage of it on the Treehouse Live segment. It looks great. Like, it looks faithful to the original game, and yet it looks like it's doing its own style of like 3D exploration and combat. My god, it's what I wanted the Secret of Mana remake to look like.
I know that's what I
It's
wanted
what
as
I
well.
wanted that one to look like. And now I finally have this, and it's a new experience. And it's like, I might check out the third game before it comes out. I don't know if I'm gonna have time. But my gosh,
Yeah.
it looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
And the thing that gets me the most,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I'll let you go after this, is just everyone looks so beautiful in that 3D style.
Oh
I was
my.
worried it would look very static, but it's so perfect. It's so perfect. Everyone looks gorgeous.
I know
Oh my god.
it's insane. Like what is like a Reese and Angela, like they both look beautiful. Charlotte, with the small priest, obviously she looked like she is like in her concept art.
Yeah.
When we get to freaking like Durin, like the dude like with the helmet on the front, dude, he is packed with muscles, man. They give him 6 packs and everything, all that muscle detail right there.
I'm like, put that man in Samurai Showdown.
Fucking do that, man. Let this man embrace death. And then finally, one of my favorite characters in Second Ascent 3, freaking Kevin looks awesome.
God, I was so confused, but I was like, I want this. I don't know what it is, but I want it now. When that direct happened, because I had no idea. Like, and they like, they renamed it with Trials of Mana, which nobody like had no idea what it was for a second because of that naming.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's just phenomenal. Like, perfectly transferred over that iconic art style for the series into 3D. It looks gorgeous. I cannot wait. I am counting down the days for this. Like, give me a release date, and it'll make the wait even more painful.
I know. Like, I'm just like very excited. Like, especially like for you and Vex, is that I think like I told Vex the other day is that Like this game is definitely doing its own unique thing, very similar of what the FF7 like remake is doing. And the thing that makes me personally excited is to play the third game again with a brand new translation, and then playing the remake is going to wait with a whole different experience is also going to
Yeah.
excite me.
No, and going on to this next article, because it's related to this,
Mm-hmm.
it was just some notes from the producer, and I love how they're actually going on and talking about how, after making the Secret Mana remake, they weren't satisfied with just leaving it at that for this one. And they specifically said the reason that they wanted to go for a bolder remake is because Western audiences never got to play this game.
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, it's a blessing. Oh my god. Like, the fact that we never got it meant that they got to try harder to remix and, like, shape this into something completely new. Oh my god. And now we get the best of both worlds. Now, if you want to play it right now, you can. The original, it's right here. You just gotta, get the collection. And then next year, it's a completely fresh take. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, and what's amazing is that like like how I mentioned that with the FS7 crew, they were just taking like all the feedback and all the stuff from fans. I am very amazed is that during like one part of the interview, they said is that they weren't aware of how much people in the West love this game thanks to a fan translation, and they were
Yeah.
like
Oh, I
living
forgot to put that in the article, but
they were
yeah.
living under a rock, like, and didn't notice that
Gosh.
until recently, and they just grabbed the fan translation, booted up, and being like, oh, so that's why everyone is like demanding this game.
That's awesome. But yeah, no, it really is nuts how much, like, you would think that they would know about this stuff. But yeah, sometimes in Japan it really is just down in the bunker working on the next game, and you just don't get to see much about, Western reception like that. Which, I mean, makes sense. It's, honestly, even talking about myself, I sometimes don't know what the reception for things in Japan are,
Mm-hmm.
compared to, like, us getting hype over here. I got no idea. So it's not that hard to believe, but still, like, considering you're the producer of the series, it's like you'd think you'd look into it once you saw demand. So it's still a little weird, but hey, I'm not complaining. God, the other thing too that kills me, and I don't even care if it doesn't have a full English voice cast, but the fact that it's being voiced at all for this remake too leaves me incredibly hyped as well. Because that's one of the biggest things for me. Like, I love JRPGs, but man, if you give me like a proper dub or even just like Japanese audio, I get even more immersed and like attached to these characters and just like simple text boxes. So I'm just excited. They are really putting out all the stops, like combos and like air launchers and everything. Like, it looks like you can really just go to town with this.
Yeah,
From the footage I saw, it looks
yeah, and
great.
not to mention like it performs great as well. It sounds like they're going like mostly action heavy. Like I know like in the third game it was actually the most uh again like most action based compared to the first two games, because I know the third game changed a lot of things compared to the second game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the only other difference I do know is in the original and the third game, definitely one of the selling points like to the series was there was 3-player co-op. However, there isn't going
Mm-hmm.
to be like any co-op, local co-op for this remake, which I can understand due to the gameplay like they're using.
Yeah, it'd be too hectic. They'd have to program an entirely new camera for like the 3D space.
Yeah.
It might not. God, it's gonna be a little bit more tougher for sure. So I totally understand.
Mhm. Yeah, it's understandable since no one wants to play like with a split screen like that.
Yeah, it's be a little rough. It's either that or the camera gets really zoomed out. But yeah, just overall, definitely a. God, I'd almost want to say it's like the highlight. Like, as the days go on after, all the hype of E3 dies down, this is still one of the highlights of E3 for me. I'd say probably the biggest highlight of Nintendo's Direct for me, because I've never been more excited for something I didn't know existed until that day, and then I'm just like, I need this. I need this right now. Oh my god. Freaking bless. It's great.
Yep.
But moving on from that,
Mm-hmm.
I know it's got its fans. I've only played the first game, but still pretty hyped that it happened. No More Heroes 3 announced for Switch. It's due out in 2020. The last game being Travis Strikes Again, which didn't really interest me at all, just because it didn't look like the gameplay was up my alley. But yeah, they gone and did it. They finally announced No More Heroes 3, the one that people really wanted. But they didn't really say too much aside from the reveal trailer, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Travis touchdown doing his weird anime bullshit.
Mm-hmm. And
He's still got the beam saber and everything else.
yeah, and along with like returning voice actors.
Yeah, so it's cool. Definitely. I don't think I'm gonna get it day one, but it's still cool that it's happening. I've never played the second one. I heard second one's kind of mixed actually, so I don't know what happened there, but yeah, just it's cool. Definitely nice to see like fans of the series finally getting something else, and I hope they nail it.
Yeah, I'd say.
I know it was just oh sorry, I was gonna say I know it's just a cutscene trailer for now, but I love how like it's super cel shaded. It's got that Suda 51 style down to a T.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt it's gonna look great performance wise. It's gonna be stylized, and hoping it's gonna be a fun time.
Yeah, same here. Especially like I've been waiting like for like the sequel since I had no fucking interest in it for Travis. Travis. Well, basically with the last game.
Strikes Again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the last game. That's how much like
Pretty much.
that's how much like I remember.
Yeah. No, then this one it's like you already know. Like some people were were a little I guess like upset because they're like, man, you showed off like the HUD and everything, like making people believe it looked like gameplay on the cinematic trailer. But it's weird. I didn't think of that as like misleading the audience when they showed like the HUD and like the arrows and everything for the QTE. I think that was more so just nodding at the fact that yeah, we know you like. It's almost like hinting at what you want to hear
Mm-hmm.
before you even see the title. Like if you see that HUD, you see those arrows like pointing in direction, like very similar to the first and second game. It's like what this is. I think that was more like a sly nod to like the fans of the series before they actually got the logo, so they could know like this is the real one. So that was great. He's doing all the suplex, all the wrestling moves, and all that jazz. It looks awesome.
Yep,
but
and also wiggling his.
I have to see for gameplay.
And also wiggling his beam saber.
Oh, you already know. I better see that save system looking proper.
Yep.
Wipe yourself. Oh man.
So what's next?
But hard times.
Oh.
Hard times are happening. Contra Rogue Corps announced for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Folks, it is very sad. It is a very sad day. We go from all this hype, and then this was one of the big clunkers for Nintendo's Direct, because I was like, I don't know, man. I had so many emotions when this trailer was happening. I was like, oh man, is it Contra? It looks like Contra. And then it's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Please don't be Contra.
Yeah, I was like obviously I was like DMing live with Vex like during this conference. I mean during the direct, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I'm like, it looks like Contra. Oh no, please don't be Contra.
Yeah, I was like, please say Psych. Konami, what is you doing? It's third person action shooter like 3D, but man, it just looks like garbage. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, God, just what a disappointment. And then the article that you showed me later, it's not here, but I couldn't believe that gameplay mechanic. Whereas like what? Like your gun overheats?
Yes, it overheats and then you have to do something else. I'm like, you're uncontouring the Contra.
Yeah, your gun overheats, so you're literally forced to not shoot for a bit. And maybe like, it'll be like on a cooldown or something, but it's like, man, come on. That's not like I'm sorry. I don't know if I sound like entitled or something, but it's like that's not fucking Contra. Contra's a power trip. You get these like ridiculously overpowered guns and you shoot the hell out of like a million aliens and like whatever the hell else stands in your way. It's fucking great. Why are you making it look like this? What is this like Overwatch fucking who's who, fuck it. Like, let's just add a panda. Like, lol, so
I
random.
know,
Like, what the fuck is
like here's the
this?
thing is
I'm
that
sorry,
like
bro.
in that article, like it states that it was directed by the man that did like Contra 3 and Hard Corps. I'm like, damn, dude, you really let yourself go with this
You
game.
sure about that? Oh my god. I'm not saying, like, I'm not saying you, because I know what you're saying is true, but I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, you got that pedigree? Because I'm like, fuck,
I,
dude, what
dude,
happened? What
and
happened?
what upsets me more is that this takes place after like Contra 3.
God,
Well,
dude. I'm just so bummed at this
I
announcement.
know, like everyone's gonna try to like kind of defend this game because I know there was like more gameplay footage. I did saw it. I'm like, man, here's the thing: is that the director doesn't say this game, the panda does not say this game.
Yeah. I'm like, listen, like, we're just fans of this series because I played a whole bunch of Contra games in my life, you know?
Oh my god.
Maybe not every single one, but I know what a Contra is. And, like, you can call me, like, an elitist or, like, you know, entitled or what have you. And it's like, that's fine. But this is just not for me. And I hate saying that a Contra game is not for me. That feels so
I
ridiculous.
know.
Like, I literally mentioned it, like, last podcast. I freaking love Contra Hard Corps Uprising. Like, that, like, PS3 game that some people don't even talk about anymore. But I love that game. I was like, God, like, I'm down for most of these, like, spin-offs and, like, you know, different takes on the series. But, oh my God, what are you doing?
Fuck. Well, here's the thing: is that MLS Red Sep is we have a very shitty Contra that's coming out. But thankfully, during the same time, they also did a stealth release similar to the collection of Mana. Is they put out the Contra Anniversary Collection.
Yep. Which we talked about in the last podcast, so I didn't put it on this one. But yeah, it's got a lot of the good ones. So
Yep, works.
definitely pick that up over this, because
Yeah, it's definitely worth your
ooh,
time. Cause yeah,
play a real Contra. Play a real Contra, kids.
yes. Don't play it.
It's okay.
Don't play this one that looks like a mobile game.
I'm sorry, man. It's just, it's a bummer.
Yeah.
And like, I hate telling people to like stay clear from something. Like, you know, maybe it might be for you, honestly. More power to you, as I always say. It's just, yeah, I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you, Konami. But
Oh yes.
this I might consider. Because, man, listen, when I was at Joe's place,
Mm-hmm.
I was the only one that caught it. I was the only one that
Oh
knew.
my
And it was so fucking sick.
dude, let me tell you this is that when I was watching like with Vex, both of us caught it as well at the same time.
Yeah. I was like, Panzer Dragoon. Oh my god. Remake launches this winter for Switch. I was confused because I never played the first one like that. I only like saw footage of it in passing. I never owned the Dreamcast, or rather Saturn. Sorry.
Yep.
But you know, God, I don't even. Yeah, I don't think I even knew a friend who owned a Sega Saturn. Oh my god, now that I think about
Yeah,
it.
Sega Saturns
Um,
were well, it was a hard sell during those days.
yeah. No, I know. I know the history now that I didn't when I was a kid. But yeah, I was a little confused on this one because they just showed the logo, so I wasn't sure if it was a new game or if it was a remake until like I saw the articles later. Um, but yeah, this is just one of those games that was lost to time because it's another story of like, you know, the game's assets just being lost. It just never got a re-release. It's one of the most expensive games on the Saturn. Oh my god, you'll lose an arm and a leg trying to get this thing.
Yeah, and this is like one of the Saturn games that also had like a rare PC port, which I remember a friend of mine also told me about that, which is how he also discovered Panzer Dragoon.
Was it good or bad?
Very, I didn't ask him about that, but I do know he said he had a good time.
Okay, because I know one of the other things too is why Saturn games are so lucrative is that they're hard to emulate for some reason. I don't know the exact technical reasons, but that's the other thing too is that usually when you see an expensive game, you're like, oh, okay, I'll just emulate it. Not quite so with this one.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a hassle.
yeah,
It's just not
yeah.
happening.
Just to sum it up, is that like Saturn it exceeded more for 2D games, and it wasn't properly
Yeah,
like good enough to handle like so much 3D. Which is the
pretty
answer you were looking
much.
for when it comes to like the complicated Saturn architecture.
Yeah, but gosh, pretty much just it's great. It's a feel good announcement for those fans, and even for someone like me who can finally get to play this thing for the first time properly. I've only seen footage and people's like reactions, and like I think I saw Max. I don't know, was it Max or somebody else? I know I saw somebody stream it one time, but maybe I'm crazy. It might not have been Max actually, but I know he did freak out when this happened, and he immediately knew right off the bat. So I was like, that was
I
awesome.
know, and here's the interesting thing is that I know like about this remake like a while ago. The thing what scared me the most is it was taken by a studio no one is familiar with.
Hmm.
This is like a whole new.
Because for me, it was a complete surprise. I didn't know this thing was announced at all
Yeah,
previously.
it was like a very small announcement. The problem is that like
Yeah.
I was very skeptical due to the studio's handling because I not sure what was their experience. But it seems like they're doing a very decent job with this remake.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I'm not sure if it's gonna be 1-to-1. I don't know. If it's a company that you don't know about, I definitely don't know about them.
Yeah,
So
and I do know like
we'll have to
what we
see.
saw in that trailer was pretty much almost a 1-to-1 like
Yeah. Oh, it looks gorgeous. By the
e-
way, I didn't mention that. It looks absolutely
oh
gorgeous,
yeah, it looks
stunning.
amazing. Like it's pretty much like a 1-to-1 like step by step. That was the first level to Panzer Dragoon.
Yep. That's awesome. Which yeah, just looking forward to that. It's coming out this winter. No date was announced, but really looking forward to it. Also, small fun fact for any Yoko Taro nerds out there who might be listening to this. Panzer Dragoon was actually one of the games that inspired. Actually, no, it was the game. Let me stress that it was the game that inspired the actual Dragonflight combat in the Drakengard series, because it's 1-to-1 almost like this, where like you can like home in on targets and like shoot. Like it's great. God, it's just wild. Like this game inspired that game, and while Drakengard isn't like the best game ever, it's a bit clunky.
Mm-hmm.
But man, Yoko Taro's inspirations, like the fact that Yoko Taro got inspired by this game, I'm like, listen, that pedigree is strong.
Dude, like the first time when I read that, I'm like, bro, how can you be more awesome than ever? Uh,
God, so
Dude, I'm so
dope.
glad you brought this up because,
He's got good taste.
dude, that man has amazing taste and incorporate those tastes in his projects.
Oh yeah. Like I love it. I even know that he loves Gravity Rush. I'm like, this guy can't get any better. Yoko Taro's a freaking blessing. But yeah, we're going into the next one, which I briefly mentioned before, but it's just cool because again, it was one of those games that was just like announced and coming like very soon. So, Cadence of Hyrule Crypt of the Necrodancer featuring The Legend of Zelda launches June 13th. It's already out, people. I have not been able to play it yet, but I've heard some good impressions from friend, fellow dude, Ender Gamma. I know he started playing the game, and he liked it so far. He said it was pretty short, but he played with a different character. I think he started off with Zelda and then played Link, and it felt completely different. So it's definitely cool when games add like really good replay value like that, because I oh my god, I gotta get back to it. I've only played a few hours of Crypt of the Necrodancer on PS4 when it was on sale. It's a phenomenal game. Like I never felt like an indie game was more for me than when I played that game, because I'm always ranting and raving about video game music and how much I love it, and like I stop in the middle of whatever I'm doing to just listen to the music. But then there's literally a game that's actually integrating you paying attention to the music to also play the game. Which granted you don't need to do, but you're rewarded for playing on beat. So it's great. It's this fantastic twist. It might take some getting used to for certain people, but once it clicks for you and you really just start playing with the music instead of like against it, it's fantastic. It's like nothing else you could experience for like an indie game, or like movement in general is just so unique. It's awesome. So I'm definitely looking forward to this and picking it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do like the sprite work, and I do know like the soundtrack is pretty cool. I did notice like on Twitter is shouts to Adriasaurus, who does many amazing vocal covers. She actually got to be part of this project for. She did a song for the Fairy Fountain.
Yeah. Oh god. And I saw other people too were also mentioning how like they did voice acting for the game too, which was like nuts. Like it's cool how people I think there was like also like a lead guitarist that worked on this,
Yeah,
which is dope.
and what's also interesting is that also they brought up is for those like that can't get used to its like rhythm gameplay, you have the option to turn it off as well.
Yep.
Since they know,
Which is always
since
nice.
they know many people aren't gonna get used to this.
Yeah. God. It's great. Apparently it has like 25 remix tracks from the series, which man, Zelda series is like widely known for its great tracks, so the remixes are going to be even better. Oh my god. It's a solid. It's only $15, people. Get on that shit. You'll definitely have a very unique experience if you've never played Crypt the Necro Dancer. You're in for a real treat. But yeah, and now we get into Smabura, as they call it in Japan, which I freaking love. Super
Smabura.
Smash Bros. Ultimate DLC characters. Hero from Dragon Quest series and Banjo-Kazooie announced. Oh my lord. I can't. God, this is like. It blows my mind. Like we'll get to Dragon Quest first. Honestly, I wish I could have gone as hyped as my buddy Joe, because he actually played the some of the Western Dragon Quest games. Like I know he really
Mm-hmm.
loves Dragon Quest 8. I don't think he's played 11, but I know he really loves 8, so he got excited for
Oh,
that when he got
oh,
revealed.
dude, that's also the game I also played. So you and your buddy like played the same game.
Yeah. No, I know it's definitely the one that, most people who are fans in the West definitely played 8.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think. I know some play like some of the DS releases, but I know 8 was like a pretty big one.
Yeah.
But yeah, even as someone who hasn't played a Dragon Quest game, but I want to. I really, really want to. I just don't have the time right now, but it's always been tempting after I heard so much good praise for Dragon Quest 11. And 11S, like, no exception, looks like it's going to be the best way to play that
Oh
game.
yeah.
So I'm glad I waited, but that also comes out September
Which is so
27.
torture, man. I'm like,
How about that shit? Oh my god. You have two awesome JRPGs, and then Code Vein as well if you're into like the God Eater Dark Souls of that game. Like it's just 3 solid games coming out on one day. Like I can't imagine how Twitter's gonna like explode. Like if you're just excited for one of these games, Twitter's about to blow up. Like
dude,
on that day, it's gonna be
dude,
ridiculous.
literally on that day, you're just gonna see me like posting my copy of Cold Steel 3, and here's my copy of Dragon Quest 11 after I'm done with Cold Steel 3. Fuck.
It's awesome, man.
Fuck.
It's a good time to be a gamer, but it's also bad if you can't if you can't hold, if you can't just like hold back and say like, nope, wallet, you're gonna stay right there. I'll come for you later.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, but it's awesome.
Yeah,
But
I am so glad like I hold up like Cold Vein, because holy crap.
yeah, it's insane. Gosh, it's just 2019 is looking absolutely ridiculous. I think this year, honestly, when I look back on it, I think it might be even better than 2017. Not for like the quality of the games, which are very good, but also the quantity, man. Like we're getting more games throughout. Where like 2017 had a bit of a drought in a few months. It's nonstop. Every month had something I wanted to play. We're not even done yet, but my gosh, this year is freaking stacked.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of games I want to play, like, Dragon Quest Hero comes out later in the summer, so hopefully like in I want to say maybe in late July or August. They haven't like set a release date, but somewhere around there. So definitely gonna check him out. Looks like he has a really cool JRPG gimmick where like he has like a commands menu on the UI there, which doesn't look like it's just for like some trailers are cut kind of weird
Mm-hmm.
for like Smash reveal trailers, but that looks like it's tied to the
Oh
gameplay.
yeah.
So because you even saw the thing that tips it off is like it's not just for the trailer because you see an MP meter,
Yep.
and I'm like, how does that work? How do you get back more MP? Like, oh my god, I wonder how they're gonna balance that, but that looks super
I
interesting.
know, and
Not even as a Dragon Quest fan, but as a JRPG fan, I'm like, wow, I can't believe they actually added a JRPG character that has a drop down command menu. That's
I
insane.
know, and that's the thing is I remember. I remember like you only see like briefly with Cloud, but when it comes to the Dragon Quest hero, you have like the full command like at your hands.
Yeah.
Like I'm just like a very happy that, especially for all the Dragon Quest fans that are getting this character, especially oh my god, like I remember there was just a whole fucking Twitter drama like about like is this dude's getting in or not, and I'm just glad he got in.
Yeah. No, that's the thing for me too. Like, as someone who hasn't played a Dragon Quest game, but still wants to, because I just love JRPGs in general, like, let's be real. But it's the thing where it's also just like, listen, man, why are you getting so upset about this character getting in when you know it's big in Japan? If you don't, you're living under a rock, but you also know that it has its fans in the West, or are you just gonna ignore that too? Like, I'm just happy for everybody else, and I just want to appreciate,
Mm-hmm.
I want to appreciate these references and these characters when I finally get to play a Dragon Quest game, because right now, I'm a little clueless. I know, like, which games they're from, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any references or anything like tied to the
Yeah.
series, but
Mm-hmm.
it's solid. One thing I wish I could link it, but there's no way I could. There was a fantastic Twitter thread I came across that showed a bunch of reactions in Japan for the Dragon Quest Zero, and it was phenomenal. It was like a truly eye-opening experience, getting to see like Smash Bros. Reactions in Japanese. Because my God, they got super hypes. It was, oh my God, I don't know, it just brought a smile to my face just seeing someone get this excited over a character. Just a single one, like they get just as excited as we do over here.
Yeah, like
It's freaking
it's
magical.
pretty much like everyone in the world will have like the same excitement and hype the way that we do. It's always
Yeah.
awesome to see. The thing I will point out, like with their Dragon Quest Hero, is I love the choices. What they did with him for his design is not only because I remember I had a brief conversation with a friend of mine like about if he gets in, is that I was worried that they're going to grab in his design from the first game. I'm like, no, that's the most fucking vanilla design ever.
Yeah.
I'm glad they chose the best of the best main characters in the series. So obviously we got the Dragon Quest XI hero because obviously the game's coming out pretty soon on Switch. We
Yep.
got my boy, the Dragon Quest VIII Protag, which is the only Dragon Quest game I played and finished. Who also
Yeet.
carries a 1,000-degree knife. And then we have the hero from Dragon Quest IV, which a very fantastic design. And then
Yeah.
finally, like you seen like all the memes on Twitter, is the OG, the man, the boy himself, the man himself, the king, Erdrick from Dragon Quest III, who also looks like Gohan.
Yep. It is great to see like Akira Toriyama's like art style showing up in a Smash Bros. Game though. God, that's nuts.
Yeah, it's really nuts, especially like seeing like all the details and references. Hell, I mean, like if you look closely, like at the Dragon Quest like eight hero, if you look at his pocket, like if you zoomed in, you can see
Yeah.
his pet like from the game, which is so
Yeah,
amazing.
I love how they could have like been lazy about it, but man, they really just paid attention to like those alternate heroes. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
and I love how like for his Final Smash, it's pretty much they did like the similar thing with like Mega Man's Final Smash is bring in all the other Dragon Quest heroes for wait for that SmackDown.
Pretty much. But yeah, it's looking really cool. But then of course, God, the one that was just for me because my God, it felt like coming back home. It really
Dude,
did.
let me tell you this. I also felt home as well.
Like, man, Banjo and Kazooie
Fuck.
coming to Smash. Oh my god. I know people are saying, like, oh man, put in Master Chief and all sorts of, like, listen, if you're gonna have any Microsoft rep, it had to be Banjo. It's, oh my god, it's been 11 years. 11 years since Nuts and Bolts and, like, the last actual release of anything from this
I'm so
dude.
old,
That
man.
wasn't like a re-release. It's absurd when you put it that way. 11 years. And he's finally back looking better than ever. But oh my god, like Phil Spencer, Microsoft, and like Rare, like they teased it forever ago, saying like, "Oh man, we'd really like Banjo to be in Smash, and like we would be willing to help out." Oh god, they knew, they freaking knew.
Yeah. Out of like you can see that like they were just dropping hits out there just to get everyone to speculate, and then just put this big bomb besides the Dragon Quest hero.
Yeah, it's fantastic. There was a freaking god, a freaking Thanos meme where it's like perfectly balanced as all things should be, where you have one that's clearly for like mainly more for Japanese audiences and one that's a little more geared towards like the Western fans. Like you'll get this one. You'll definitely get Banjo Kazooie because it's not like it's weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not directly a Nintendo character, but Banjo's always been like an honorary Nintendo character in my eyes. Where it's like it's one of the highest selling N64 games. Like if you think of top 5 N64 games, Banjo Kazooie is gonna be always on that list. I don't care who you are, it's always going to be there when you think of N64 games, when you think of the ones that actually you probably own. Like, it was incredibly popular. Honestly, I think in some ways I like it more than Mario 64, but I won't deny, the revolution that Mario 64 started. I gotta respect the elders like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just God, it's phenomenal. And Grant Kirkhope is doing the remix track for Smash. Oh my
That is
gosh, they
magical,
couldn't
man.
have they couldn't have done it any better. Like, oh my gosh, and like the model looks clean too. I love how they reference, the freaking King K. Rool like troll scene again. This time with Duck Hunt.
Yes, and plus it doesn't know that like Duck Hunt has a Banjo Kazooie like alternate color.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's perfect. My favorite part though, whenever I look up reactions, like I always look up reactions after E3 or any like major directs or something because it's my favorite thing to like see someone just get excited all over
Mm-hmm.
again. But I love like the test for this one is just either you scream at the Jiggy or you don't.
Or if you're someone like me, I just yell, "Get jiggy with it."
That too. But as long as you realize what's happening when you see that Jiggy on screen. If you don't, I'm sorry, you're too late. I fucking love it. It's like that's the test. It's like, all right, who's the real one? When I look up these reactions, I love it. Like I screamed so loud. I was like, I might as well have gone Super Saiyan when I screamed that loud for that. It's like, oh, it's great. Oh my lord. If anybody wants to see the reactions from me, like I did a camcorder. I just it was just mainly recording the direct while I was at my buddy Joe's place. It's over at my other channel, VFX Mario on YouTube. But God, it was great. It was just mainly that for the Nintendo Direct, mind you. But yeah, just model looks on point. They reference so many things, like the freaking Ginginator is his final smash. K. Rool dies the same way Grunty dies at the end of Banjo Kazooie 1. Like, it's brilliant.
uh,
Oh, so many little winks and nods. It's
yes,
glorious.
and I also love like the other thing people to point out is like the one attack where Banjo just like uses Kazooie like a sword, and people were like, and people were
Yeah.
joking like, "Hey, look, we have another sword fighter to go with our other sword fighter."
God, pretty much. I even love how like because like spits out the eggs like and he holds it just like a freaking like cocking a freaking gun. Oh my god,
Yes,
is
his
great.
special, his neutral special gun.
He wields a gun.
Oh man,
It's
yeah,
great. It's just incredibly
yeah. I
faithful.
will say is that this is like one of those reveals. It's a feel good reveal for everyone. Like for me, like I'm happy that like for both characters getting in, and the one meme that made me laugh out the most is which is like from my Twitter buddy Roy. He like retweeted like a so you know how like everyone was using like the fucking American Dad like meme like before this thing happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
So someone made a version like so posted a video where you have so you have like the American Dad opening like one version of it, and then you have the other version which is like Joe from Family Guy like per the intro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it basically says
I think I retweeted it
yeah.
actually.
So this is like both but this is like everyone like happy for both Dragon Quest Hero and Banjo Kazooie.
Pretty much, yeah, because they're both are both freaking happy. Got it. This is great. Yeah, I retweeted that too when it came out. I was like, that's perfect. Because like that's the thing for me. I'm not even I'm not a Dragon Quest fan yet. I can't say that. But as a fan of JRPG, like, in general, in that genre, I'm still excited to see some more reps from that because man, the world needs to know. There's so many more series that they need to check out, and this is like a good push for that series to get more popular in the West.
Yeah, and I definitely noticed that like how like some DS copies of the remakes like got risen up in price, and some of the mobile ports
Yeah.
also were trending as well. It
God, I at least select that because I do own one Dragon Quest game. I think I own Dragon Quest V on DS because I got it on a Black Friday deal years ago for like $10. But thank God I got that for cheap whenever. Oh my
yeah,
God.
because right now it's like rising into like $50.
Oh my God. I still got that thing in the shrink wrap. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's insane. Oh man, like so. Before we move on, just let me ask you one question. So with the four Dragon Quest hero designs I mentioned, which one you gonna pick?
Ooh. Gosh, that is
Because I
tough.
know like I'll be repping Dragon Quest 8, and Vax,
I know.
and then Vax is going to like rep Dragon Quest 4, the green hair one.
Oh shit. God. It's so hard because I hardly have a point of reference besides their initial design. That's all I
Well,
got.
on designs alone.
Hmm. I mean, Luminary looks like Android 17, so I'm down with that.
Cool. This man's gonna main Android 17.
Oh man. No, I seriously can't wait to see or like, I can't wait to check out the series. I really can't. But I just need a proper time. Oh, I will say one last thing though before we get moving because I know we stuck here for a second. Grant Kirkhope being here is actually a really big deal. Because it's setting the standard for things that never happened before in the series. Sakurai never actually reached out to any Western composers until Grant. And that was mainly due to Grant working on Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, which was like, the Ubisoft collaboration with Nintendo. And they really liked, what Grant did for, like, Peach's Castle theme from, like, Mario 64 and a whole bunch of other stuff that he did where he recomposed some of those old familiar tracks. Which was phenomenal. I really got to get back to playing that with my sister because we had a fun time when we actually played that game. It's actually super fun. But yeah, the fact that they basically shared details with, I think like the producer was saying like, hey, do you want me to send your contact information to a Nintendo staff? And Grant's like saying like, absolutely, like you better do that. And yeah, I guess one thing led to another, and Sakura actually contacted Grant Kirkhope for doing Banjo's track. And it's hilarious because he didn't even know that Spiral Mountain was going to be the stage. So he could have done a composition for like another track that he thought was more recognizable and not lucked out. But the fact that he got it and it was a match made in heaven. So I'm like, thank God. But the fact that it's the first time a Western composer actually got any representation or, being contacted like that is like really nuts. So it's nice for the future because I love David Wise. He did the Donkey Kong Country series. But it's sad that he never got a remake in Smash. Or rather, a remix.
Yeah, again, which is pretty awesome, like of both Sakurai and Grant Kirkhope, to cooperate together.
I know he was literally in tears. Like, Grant was actually in tears when he saw that trailer. I was like, God bless. That man is so pure. He really loves him.
Yep.
But, yeah, just moving on.
All right. Oh,
So
this other
of
one.
course, the last thing that they mentioned. I won't dwell on this too much because it didn't show. It was a
Mm-hmm.
tease. People are speculating. I ain't gonna be involved in that jazz. But yeah, Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild sequel announced. Now or rather, now in development, but no year has been slated. I doubt it's gonna come out next year. If it does, I'll be impressed. But probably 2021 at the earliest.
Yeah, most likely.
It was the last thing they showed at the direct, and it's looking pretty cool. I mean, they showed in-engine cutscenes and stuff. Looks like it's going for a more darker, darker tone. So it's gonna be interesting. I'm not sure how it's gonna correlate to the first Breath of the Wild, but we'll have to see more. People are speculating that it might be like slightly different um timeline, but when it comes to like timeline theories or like which link or if it's a different one, I'm like I'm out. I'm just gonna play the game when it comes out, guys. I'm out.
Yeah. Here's the thing: is that like I will like check this out since I played through the first Breath of the Wild. It looks pretty incredible. I like how Zelda's rocking a new look, same for Link, and
Yeah.
seeing how the direction is going a lot more darker than ever in the series. I'm like, cool. I mean, it's pretty cool that we're getting a sequel, and
Pretty
yeah.
much.
However, I'll be honest, I was definitely a lot more hyped for A Link's Awakening.
Yes. I'm more excited for Link's Awakening than I am this game, which I know sounds ludicrous. But I'll be real. Some people know my history with the Breath of the Wild game. Some do not. I don't hate the game, but I think I put too much time into it for my own good.
Yeah.
I think I should have played it more casually and just left when I was satisfied. But I kept trying to go for optional stuff and noticed how bad the post game was, honestly. And I just kind of left a little more grumpy than I would have liked with the game. And I still think it's fun. It's just I definitely should have known when to stop. I didn't go for 100% completion, but I tried getting some upgrades and stuff, and it just like the game doesn't really incentivize you to get all those upgrades because there's no optional challenges or anything that will really test you to the point where you got to mix and match and like really think about it that
Mm-hmm.
much. And it's challenging at the start, but the most exciting moments of Breath of the Wild for me was at the beginning when you were so helpless and you had to like find any way you could to win. Um, but yeah, just all these armor upgrades and all these like customizations and nothing to do with them most of the time except for like grind with the Linos and that's it, because they kick your ass. But that's it. I feel like there should have been more optional like super bosses or something post game.
Yeah, I will say like for this game is I did not hate it. I did like it, but this is one of those games where I needed something more. Like
Yeah, and the other thing that kills me too was that I mentioned. Sorry, by
Mhm.
the way, it's just like I mentioned how great the soundtracks are for this series. I understand what they were trying to do with the soundtrack, but man, it was so disappointing for me.
Yeah, one of the things that also did disappoint me the most were the dungeons with the what do you call the great beasts?
Yeah, I feel like there was another name for them, but yeah, I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
literally like the four great beasts like you had to go after. Like the dungeons for them were super disappointing for me, especially like the boss
Yeah,
fights were way too easy.
it was just slightly bigger, shrines.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's the thing is again like I get why people like love the game, but at the same time
Yeah,
it's
no, it's definitely a thing for me where it's like, yeah, I can't put it on as like a 10 out of 10 like everyone else says. It's like I'm sorry. It's just not for me and maybe I just like more linear experiences, but I don't know. It's just in some ways I really had a fun time with it. Don't get me
mm-hmm,
wrong. That's why I'm so excited to see them like, improve it hopefully with the
mm-hmm,
sequel. It's just yeah, some things I understand why they did them, but it just didn't work for me personally.
yeah. I would say like the only like highlight for me when it comes to the first game was able to play the entire game in Latin Spanish dub. Like all
God,
of you like are
this is
busy
pretty
like
good.
with the English dub, Japanese dub, but for me, I just go with the Spanish dub. It's
Yeah.
fantastic actually. Like y'all,
For me, the most magical. Oh, sorry.
I
Go
was
ahead.
like y'all need to play the Spanish dub of Breath of the Wild. It's fantastic.
I've heard it's pretty good. For me, though, the most magical moments definitely was the getting off that Great Plateau and just picking wherever the heck I wanted to
Oh
go.
yeah.
I didn't go towards that main objective. Like I just like went off to the beach. I I just didn't care. Like I just picked a direction on the map and like let me just go south, see what happens there. It was great. Exploring the game to like my heart's content was fun. Like that exploration and that discovery really was magical at the start of the game, where the game didn't tell you where to go after that. No restrictions, no nothing. It truly felt like you were free. And I really appreciate that freedom because it really respected, it like it shows respect to the player. It just lets you choose wherever you want to go. And that's definitely really appealing to me, especially when games really try to hold your hand. It was nice to see Nintendo put out a game that's just like just do whatever you want. you know, I just wish what was there was a little more enticing to me, but I do like the direction they were going with the game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, looking forward to that when it comes out. Not a massive fan of the first one, but at the same time, I still love the Zelda series and I still like the game, so I'll have to see what
Yep.
happens. So, moving on. We can actually skip
Oh
this one.
yeah, yeah. Skip that one.
Yeah, we're good. It was just basically talking about Square Enix not being sure how many sequels it's going to take for the remake, which, like I said, I'm good on just, checking out Midgar and just going along for the ride. Because if it's going to have that much polish, I'm looking forward to it regardless. But yeah, going on to the next one.
All right.
This is basically all you. So, TurboGrafx 16 Mini, PC Engine,
Core graphics.
Core Graphics Mini / PC Engine Mini announced. Wow, what a
Yeah,
mouthful.
that's really a mouthful. So what happened was apparently Konami like teased of a surprise announcement, and there was a stream for that surprise announcement, and people thought like, oh, we're gonna get like a new Castlevania game, a new Silent Hills, or
Mm-hmm.
basically anything else, right? And then what they revealed is we're getting a TurboGrafx 16 Mini. And I know everyone is like disappointed, but for someone like me, I'm very excited for it because this is a very underrated 60-bit system that came out like during the generation of the Super Nintendo and the Genesis,
Mm-hmm.
and which it had like a lot of amazing games. And so they basically show off like like a small brief trailer that they show off like all three models. So you got the TurboGrafx 16 Mini, which is the North American model, the PC Engine Mini, which
Yeah.
is the Japanese model, and then the thing I didn't notice till now was the Core Graphics Mini, which is the European model, which I actually got it confused
Okay.
for the Super Graphics because it has like a similar shell.
Yeah.
So obviously it's like those other minis where it's a mini console, it's ready to play. Um, so they showed off with some games. So for us, we're getting like Alien Crush, which is a pretty cool pinball game. Dungeon Explorer, which is a what was it? Think of it as like a unique version of Gauntlet with multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
4-player Gauntlet actually. And then New Adventure Island, a very fun platforming game. Ninja Spirit, it's a very fun like action platformer, which is one of the best ports based off an arcade game. R-Type, a very classic shmup. Then
Yeah, I've definitely heard of
yeah,
R-Type.
and then the one again that got me like very super excited for me the most is East Book 1 and 2.
Never heard of that series.
Oh really? Says the man that has Falcom on his profile.
God. Praise be.
Praise to be the East Friend.
So are these the like the originals? Because I know like they've re-released these games.
So the cool thing is that East Book 1 and 2 is a remake of East Book 1 and 2 that came out for the Master System back in the day. Thing is that we only got the first game for the Master System, and we never got the second game until they released the first port slash remaster remake that was East Book 1 and 2 that came out for actually. Oh, I'm just I can just I'm so excited for this. So Anyways, so the unique thing about Eastbook 1 and 2, unlike the other games in the library, is it's actually a turntable CD game. So
Hmm.
it had cutscenes, it had voice acting with lots of 80 voice actors. Most notably, it had Tim Curry in those roles.
What? What? Wow. What the
Yeah, so
hell?
yeah, like Tim Curry, I believe someone from the 80s Transformers cartoon. Pretty much like any 80s cartoon voice actor you can think of, they played a part for the voice acting in Book 1 and 2.
That's dope. Oh my god.
Yes, and literally this is like the version where I actually did discover from playing the virtual console version. And that will always be the version like I will always play for Book 1 and 2, despite there is a really good remake that came out for Steam.
Mm-hmm.
So the interesting thing is that on the Japanese library, so we got Bonk, we got China Warrior, which is a supposed to be like the competitor to the NES's Kung Fu.
Yeah.
Then they also got Book 1 and 2, Dutch Explorer, Superstar Soldier, which is a very fantastic shmup. And then
But they have my son hostage.
finally we have Castlevania Run Blood, which is also a Turbo CD game.
F.
Well, not F yet. Because you might never know, because the thing I'm predicting is that this, like, you know how other mini systems have like the bonus games? With like Super Nintendo had like Star Fox 2, Genesis with Tetris, and the new port of Darius. I have a feeling they're going to advertise like Run Blood as the bonus game for the TurboGrafx 16 Mini.
I hope so. It's just weird because I've never seen a time you probably have more history like following these game lists being revealed. I've never seen a time where they don't release the same like game regionally on the same list.
Yeah.
You know, like I've never seen them like announce Rondo of Blood for Japan and then release Rondo of Blood for North America later.
You know what's interesting is that when I was looking at the trailer, is I actually noticed a lot more games than I mentioned in the list. Specifically, like the North American trailer, I saw what is like a China Warrior that's part of the Japan list. I saw another Turbo CD game called Lords of Thunder, which it's a very fantastic shmup that has a very heavy metal soundtrack, thanks to that CD format. The other game actually they noticed in the North American trailer was Your Son. He was right there, like past the second.
I'm just like, do it.
He's right there.
Put him on there. Do it.
Yeah. So,
if only.
So the other features that this thing has is that obviously it has your options to make it like 4:3 widescreen. You have your usual save states. Yep. And the other cool thing, unlike with the other menus, is that this thing has multi-tap support.
Yeah, up to 5 players. My god, that sounds crazy.
And the reason why there's 5 players is they didn't announce this game yet, but I did saw this coming. Is we're getting Bomberman 93, and Bomberman 93 is the 5-player game.
Bruh. Gosh.
Yeah,
dope.
it's really dope.
Can never go wrong with Bomberman.
Also, like I haven't got like any words of like who is taking care of like the emulation for this mini. So yeah. One thing is that I am excited, but at the same time I'm just hoping for them to say the magic words M2. If it's M2, then I'm sold.
Pretty much. I mean, they've done the recent collections with them, so here's hoping. But yeah, cautiously optimistic. I didn't grow up with it, but it's definitely. I don't know. I hope it's gonna be a slam dunk, but I don't think anything is ever gonna be a slam dunk quite like the Sega Genesis Mini. That's for sure.
I definitely do know. Like, it's not gonna be like the huge hitter like the Genesis Mini, but I do hope it's at least up there.
Yeah. Hope it's decent. But yeah, we got 2 more. This one's a little bit of a bummer.
Oh yeah.
Because we mentioned it on the last week's episode. So Grand the HC Collection E3 2019 gameplay, screenshots, and information tidbits update. I love the opening sentence. Digital only release. We'll think about a PS4 version and more.
Yep. Oh Jesus.
There's never been a more fuck it statement than just like, oh man. We'll think about it.
Yeah, so I actually did like read this article from the from RPG site, which one of the guys had a chance
Yeah.
to talk to Gung Ho to the Gung Ho team like personally at E3. Like this
Hmm.
dude, he tried to press hard for a release date, and all they said was very
Man,
soon.
he fighting.
Yeah,
God.
the only disappointing fact is that we all thought we were gonna get like simultaneously digital and physical. Apparently, it's digital only.
Yeah. I kind of saw it coming because I think I saw it in an early. God, I think I was like right around the announcement where they said it was like digital only. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's still hopeful for physical. I don't blame anybody because I do remember, unless I might have been confusing with another announcement, but I remember they said digital only. But yeah, it sucks. I wish they'd like I don't know. Physical matters sometimes because people might not even know what the series is, but if they're going to a store and like see this and like pick it up, they might actually give it a shot. They might discover a gem that they had no idea about.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a shame it's not getting that. The thing that bums me out the most, weirdly enough, is the fact they said the audio quality will remain the same as the PlayStation version.
Yep.
No additional elements are being added to Grandia. I'm like, man, that's just
Yeah. No.
way more bare bones than
And
I
here's the
thought.
weird thing: is I remember the last interview they expressed that they were gonna combine like sources and assets from both the PS1 version and the Saturn version. However, they're only sticking with the PS1 assets for this remaster.
Yeah. Oh, dude, check out this update. I'm cracking up just reading it. So they sent out a an update relating to the RPG site preview. We want to be clear: the Grandia HD collection are not ports of the original PlayStation games; they are remasters. The representative said, "We are using the original PlayStation code of Grandia, but working with the Sega Saturn version, craft a definitive version of this beloved
Oh my
RPG."
god, you guys!
I'm like, guys, the audio quality, it's based off the PS1 version. I'm like, listen, I get it, but this sounds kind of
Here's
lazy.
the thing: is that they're not giving out like straight answers.
Yeah.
And I did saw like some of the gameplay footage, and here's one other thing that upsets me is when I look closely at the gameplay for Grandia 1. So the specific thing that really you might want to fast forward ahead to see some gameplay. Yeah, till we're in game right there.
Yep.
So if you look at the sprites in the background, they applied Vaseline.
That's
So
that doesn't look
yeah,
great.
what they did is that they smoothed out both the sprites and the background.
Oh my gosh.
Which, if you look at like on a small screen, doesn't look too bad, but when you like blow it up to a big screen, that doesn't look great.
No. Oh god, I can tell just from looking at it from here because I just played, having played something in like a similar like, sprite based style with like Trails in the Sky, like my gosh, that looks so bad. That's disappointing.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yikes.
Yeah, which makes me worry that if they ever like do like a Lufia collection, not Lufia collection, Lunar. There we go, a Lunar collection.
Yeah.
That's when I'll get very upset.
Yeah, just I don't know. Kind of makes me apprehensive about picking this up.
Yeah, and
That is like the worst case scenario.
yeah, it seems like this is one of those situations where like I'll probably just pick up only Grandia 2 on PC.
Yeah, this is a real shame. This is an absolute shame. I was actually really excited for this and just seeing them. Wow. What a freaking bummer, dude.
Yeah.
What an absolute bummer. But yeah, we're gonna have to keep it moving. We got one last one. Not necessarily tied to E3, but it still looks like it might be up my alley. So I believe you mentioned it earlier, but this was announced
Mm-hmm.
recently at the Tales of Festival in 2019, which happened a few days ago. So basically, Tales of Crestoria was announced, and it is a mobile RPG, which is coming out soon. They just said 2019, no release date, sadly. But it looks honestly pretty fantastic. If that's really what it looks like while it's on mobile, it looks dope. It looks just like a 3D version of the the console games and some of the battle cinematics that they have.
Yeah, I can say like that's actually how the game looks like because like I've seen like screenshots when I was looking at the Tales of Krysteria and the Star Ocean like crossover. Yeah, those are in-game graphics, my dude.
Like that's crazy. And granted, I'd be less excited if I had like an old phone model, but I have an S10. It's definitely gonna run this,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm definitely gonna check it out. Because man, like it might be gotcha hell, but at the same time, if it's like Tales of Combat or it's still like as fun, God, I'm still gonna check it out. I know too many of these characters to like not fall for the fan service. I'm gonna be too weak.
Mm-hmm. I definitely will be
God,
playing this once they do the Star Ocean collaboration.
yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. That's free. But yeah, no, it just looks really cool. Looking forward to it. And I usually don't look forward to most mobile games, but this thing actually looks really promising
Mm-hmm.
if you're a Tales of fan. So
Yeah,
keep it on the
yeah, and
radar.
also just to make sure it has no release date, right?
Just
Okay,
2019.
yeah. It's also a very similar situation with the upcoming KOF mobile game, KOF All Stars, the beat'em up RPG. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's also coming worldwide, but it says 2019 as well.
Eventually.
Yay!
But yeah, just looking pretty
Yeah.
cool. Um, but that is pretty much it
It's...
for news. We're finally done. Man, I always love how I just eat crow. Like when we finish, like I'm looking, it's like, man, I was like, oh, it's probably gonna be like less than 3 hours. We're gonna be brief. And granted, it, consider all things considering, it's 4 minutes and 23. But considering how much more we had to do compared to last week's episode, which had less news than ever, and yet it still ended up being 4 hours, that's still pretty
Mm-hmm.
good. But yeah, just a lot to talk about. Can't help it. But yeah, just my god, E3 was nuts. This is me picking out stuff that I even want to talk about. We missed out on so many other things that I didn't even mention that happened at E3, but god, E3 is no joke. There's way too much stuff to talk about.
Yeah, literally, like the play that we have is like so big.
Yeah. But hey, joke's on you, Vex. It wasn't 6 hours.
Uh,
Got you. I love you though. uh it ain't quite 6 hours, but hopefully it'll be enough.
yeah,
But yeah. Either is great. Just overall pretty alright, sadly. I say it's great, but only because I'm so biased towards like Square Enix and Nintendo. When I look at the big picture overall, actually, it's pretty mid. Like teetering on like a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 overall. And I don't think it's just because of Sony not being there. Because like, what were they gonna show? More Ghost of Tsushima and like Last of Us 2. Like they've been showing off the same things that they announced for a while, for years now. Like Sony not being there wouldn't have really changed much, but yeah, just Microsoft, Bethesda, Ubisoft. It's just like, man, kind of sleep on most of those. So it's a shame.
yeah. It's quite amazing how like Devolver Digital and the one I also watch my own limited run games had better conferences.
Yeah.
It's weird. All I know is that like this year's E3 was pretty booty because of Mad Booty.
Confirmed. But yeah, no, just it was pretty good. Just for Square Enix and Nintendo, because I knew what I came for. I got what I wanted. It still got some good, good announcements here and there that got me super excited. Excited for Phantasy Star Online 2. Obviously the Trials of Mana remake, yes
Mm-hmm.
please. A Final Fantasy 7 remake. God, I'm sad Grandia isn't in this conversation, but what can you do? I'm hyped for Banjo and Smash. And probably the last one, I'd say I'm hyped for checking out Panzer Dragoon for the first time. I'm excited for that too. There's, at least got a few cool things, so I can't be too mad.
Yeah, we definitely got at least some surprises.
Yep. But we're pretty much gonna wrap it up here because there was no news, or sorry, no email, so nothing for us to really talk about, which is surprising. But honestly, I probably wasn't even gonna do any questions this week anyway because it's E3.
Yeah, it's
So
way too packed.
yeah, but if you did ever want to send the question, you can always send it to teatimesaveroom@gmail.com. Can you still where can they send the question?
teatimesaveroom@gmail.com.
That's what I like to hear.
Yes.
But yeah, that'll pretty much do it for us for now. I'm gonna try and get this out pretty quickly. Saying if I can get it out tomorrow or possibly on Tuesday. We'll see what happens. But that'll be it for now. That is basically our thoughts on E3. Hopefully, who knows if we'll my god, it's gonna be weird going back to this and then oh man, E3 2020, no Matt Booty though.
That's when I'll truly be sad. Ready for next year.
But yeah, that's pretty alright. But that's pretty much it. We'll see you guys next week like always, and hopefully we won't be as swamped with news because man, E3 is a real beast. But it was good, so we'll definitely see you guys next time. So as always, have a good one and take care.
Bye.
Later, guys. We free.
All right, we're done. Holy fuck.
Get me out of here.
All right.
Fucking eject emergency.